Not
I'm gonna
no.
introduce my wine.
I do have one. I do.
That might be the easiest way to go. Introduce the
No.
wine first.
We are definitely live though.
I don't want any of my clients being like, "Is that Bree drunk?" I don't need that. I don't need it. So
Okay. We didn't even notice.
I don't want any of my clients being
God.
like, "Is that Bree drunk?"
There we go.
Who has their thing on?
I'm going again.
It's me.
I swear. to you.
Oh,
I'm trying to get you some watch time, so I have it open in the incognito window.
Nice.
I like that.
Ooh,
All right, everybody. So, welcome to our discussion of. Oh, let me put it this way: "The Deep" by River Solomon. I think most of us have a copy of the book. We're like, nah. So we're just gonna go around and introduce ourselves. Harley, do you want to start?
Oh. Hi, I'm Harley. I'm from the Cerebral Hedonist, where we talk really, really in depth about books, and I make content that means for you to be quiet. That's about it. You start with me.
Well, the best thing about going first is now it's over.
Yep, now it's over and done with.
So I'm Erica. This is my Merlot.
hello.
I'm from the Broken Spine. And yeah, that's all I got to say right now. So if anything else should come to my mind later, I'll let you know.
I can go, I guess. Chloe of Thistle and Burst. I've been on BookTube for a little over a year. Primarily review science fiction and fantasy by Black authors. Anything else I should say?
She was the only one to follow the instructions.
Only person that followed the instructions. Only person.
I think that's all I'm going to say about me for now. So.
I panicked.
Thank you, Bree.
Hi, I'm Bree. I have the BookTube page, Lock Booktition, and I talk about a lot of stuff. And I try to be funny in my videos, and that's about it.
All right, so I'm sure everyone knows since this is on my channel. I'm Ashley Bookstrom. Been on BookTube for about 6 years now. I talk about and read a little bit of everything on this channel. So we're just kind of like free for all this conversation. We only have like really technically like 2 discussion questions, but kind of felt like one discussion question in particular would kind of lead us into a deeper conversation. So we're just going to kind of start off. Let's just talk about whether we enjoyed the book or not. Like, what did you guys rate it? Anybody can take it.
I read it my first time reading it. I read it twice. The first time it was a 3. The second time it was a 5.
Oh,
wow. Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't realize you'd read it twice.
Yeah, I had to read it twice because I really think that when I first was reading it, I really think your mood really impacts the way you read. So when I was reading it the first time, I think it was too traumatic for me to digest. So then when I was able to do some self-care and all that kind of thing, and I'm also a therapist. So when I got done with my day of seeing my clients, I read the book again, but I had on a therapist hat and everything just made everything was just so much better. So the first time I think I just wasn't in it. So I gave it a 3, and then I was like, I need to read this book again. So I read it again and gave it a 5.
What do you mean by therapist hat?
When I read the book the first time, I just don't think I was in a good headspace. And then the second time I read it, because I was like in therapist mode, like that was my mind, I just kept seeing themes of intergenerational trauma, anxiety, anxiousness, avoidant tendencies, just so many different things from a psychological perspective that I did not catch the first time.
You bring a unique perspective then to this discussion because you are looking at it from a therapist point of view. That's really cool.
Yeah.
Anybody else want to go next?
I rated it like 5 stars because like the first read through, simply because like I'm one of those people that boasts a sort of half of a literature degree, so I was able to catch the themes much quicker than I see that most people. And I was like, I'm one of those people that are really into fantasy and reading between the lines and stuff, and everything that was like compacted in there to say it's so short, it executed really well. And I was like, you know what, this is this is the kind of fantasy that I look for, is something that doesn't like beat you over the head with the message. It's just woven in, and you catch small things each time you go back and read it. That's what I like about it. Oh, I'm good. Read it. That's what I like about it.
For me, I gave it 5 stars on the first read. But what I did notice about this is that I think, what is this clock in like 155 pages? If that, about that much, not including the afterward. It took me, I know a few people know that I read this as a part of the Mermaid project that I did, where I was just looking for mermaid and siren books specifically written by Black authors with Black mermaids and sirens. And I had heard good things about it, and I heard the generalized, it's about descendants of slaves that were thrown overboard, or whatever, pregnant slaves that were thrown overboard. But it took me probably 3 or 4 days to read 155 pages, which is very much so not like me at all. 150 pages for me should be like that. But the amount of stuff that was packed into 155 pages, saying that right now to me is still mind-blowing, the amount of things that were touched on in such a small period of time. And it was, what I think I loved about it most is that it didn't feel like, because let me see how I could phrase this. When I read A Song Below Water, I felt like too much was trying to be done in a short period of time. Whereas going and reading another book that had more stuff and was only 155 pages, I didn't get that same feeling. So even now, I'm still trying to grapple with how is that humanly possible that something that was even shorter than A Song Below Water packed more stuff but didn't feel that way. But I loved it, y'all. I fell in love. And I don't fall in love like that with books. I mean, I do, but I think the way that emotionally impacted me was just, it was great. It's really, really great.
Yeah. So you want to go, Chloe, or you want me to go?
You can go.
Okay. So this is my second time reading it. And I took, like you, Ashley, I took days to read it the first time, because when I started reading it, I was like, oh, I'll just blow right through this because it's so short. But then I got into it and I was like, oh no, I'm going to have to start over. And one of the things that I do outside of highlighting or annotating, at the end, I do like chapter. I don't know if you can see it, but chapter summaries and notes at the end of every chapter. So this is like throughout, including, like marginal notes. And I was just like, this requires a lot of attention because there's so much packed in this in such a little space. But I gave it both times 5 stars. But y'all know I love River Solomon, right?
Yeah.
I need to read their other books, honestly.
Yeah.
They have a book that's coming out next year.
Really?
Yeah. March.
Yep.
March. Yeah.
Oh, pre-order.
I'm ready, y'all. All right. Go ahead, Chloe. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're good. So I had first read An Unkindness to Ghosts, and like I love that book. It's like one of my favorite books ever. So I came into this with like really high expectations, and I feel like that kind of hurt it. Like I read it and I was like, this is a good book. Like there's so much going on. There's so much to talk about, but I felt like it like just suffered by comparison because I like started rereading to like kind of like reorient myself with the world to have stuff for the discussion. And I was like, wow, there's like actually even more going on than I noticed the first time. And I feel like I kind of sold it short. Yeah.
I think that's interesting. I wonder how even, because Harley, you've only read it once, right? Okay. And then Chloe, Bree, and Erica, y'all have all read it twice.
Mm-hmm.
So I wonder what Harley and I on our first read, how we'll feel going back into it for a second time. And if we'll even go back and be like, wait, hold on, I can't believe I missed that the first time. I think this is a book that you can read over and over and over and over again. And each read, you will get something new out of it. And that speaks to a good writer, that you can sit down and read a book over and over again, and each time you pick out something that's completely brand new.
I think
I don't. Go ahead, Erica.
I think you will find new stuff because when I read it the second time, I mean, instead of highlighting like a whole page, I highlight the page number.
Not you want to highlight the whole page
because
look, there's a lot going on in there, man.
I do that. I was taught in school if you have more than a couple of lines to highlight, to make some type of note to yourself, and highlighting the number is my note to self that it's the page. So, yeah, I have more page numbers that are highlighted.
That are highlighted this time around.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's dig in. Let's really dig in, and let's talk about some of the themes that we saw in reading this book. There's so much that we could talk about. So someone could just throw something out, and we can just go ahead and dive into whatever theme that a person throws out. So whatever comes to mind first.
What I think is the easiest one is loneliness.
Okay.
I think that's the easiest theme to throw out. So I just found it interesting, especially on the second go around, that being alone but not alone at the same time is really emphasized, and how Yetu is, as the historian, she's so alone, but yet she has the memories of all of these previous Wanjiru. And she's not alone, but she is. And just other, I can't think of her name now. I should know this. Uri, how she's the last one. And then at the very beginning, the Wanjiru that was alone. And then Basha, and just everyone, this whole thing of loneliness, but yet you're not alone.
But I felt like from a psychological perspective, when I kept looking at the themes of loneliness, it made me think of depression and kind of just in that state, and you can be in a room full of people and still feel alone, and how it's just so hard to be the last person or hold the burden as much as Yetu did. But the lonely, I don't know. It was a lot. I don't even know what to say on that. Somebody take it away.
I will say that first, to caveat why I have this perspective is because I have a mental disorder. And what happens is, like, with that, I felt for you two a lot, because imagine being the only one hearing all of these types of voices, all of these memories, all these thoughts and stuff like that. And you scream them out, telling people exactly what's wrong with you. And none of them understand. They just think, why would you do that? Why would you say that? And it's something that touched on, because that's something that's prominent in a lot of Black families, is that when mental illness comes up, they say, why are you like that when you have all of us?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You just need us, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And one thing that her mama kept saying to her is, it's in the past. It's in the past.
Yeah.
So it made her feel even more alone because it's not in the past. She's dealing with it every day, every minute, every second of every day.
I think that definitely speaks to and connects to the discussion of mental health in the Black community, like you said, because it's getting better in the sense that I think that now in 2020 more people are starting to talk about how important it is for Black people to start to address mental health issues and to normalize therapy, especially amongst Black men. I feel like that's always been such a tough thing, like Black men going to therapy. But it shows how much whenever we as a community have experienced trauma, you just don't talk about it and you brush it under the rug. And for me, it made me feel like that's how things begin to happen in generational waves because we never teach each other, how to deal with certain issues. This made me really, really think about my relationship that I had with my great grandmother, who was like the matriarch of our family, and how even watching the dynamic between her and my mother, I still to this day don't know what happened, but there were some things that happened when my mom was younger that my mom wanted to talk about that she had so much pain in dealing with. But my great grandmother was like, it's done. What happened has happened. We just stop talking about it. We don't talk about that. We're not going to talk about that. And that creates such an unhealthy cycle to the point that I know that mental health runs in my family. But I was the first generation to actually seek out medical attention. Whereas I feel like all the signs that I exhibited, you can see in my mother, you could have seen in my grandmother, you saw in my great grandmother, but because it was this endless cycle of, shh, you don't talk about it. If you have a mental health issue, pray about it. Like, where people like, just pray it away. And so I found that conversation of, and I felt like that before. Like, I can't talk to my family about my mental health because it just is not a conversation that is worth having. So when Yetu was trying to talk to her mother, like it was like talking to a brick wall. She didn't get it. And that's how I am with my own mother. It's like, Mom, I have major depressive disorder. You don't take any medication for that. You just need to pray about it. And it's like, but you're not hearing me. You know what I'm saying? So I really felt that narrative in the book.
Yeah, I felt like it brings up the question of the saying in the Black community, as quiet as it kept. What are the stories that we're passing on and what are the stories that we're burying? Who's holding the burden and who's not? So that's what made me think about. That was one of the things I thought about as well, because I think it's dangerous for us to keep using that line of as quiet as it kept. Bring it to the light. Let's talk about it. We can't keep letting this stuff go to generation and generation and generation that it gets so out of hand that we don't know how to help ourselves. So I think exactly. But yeah, I agree with this thing.
I think people forget the other part of that line is like quiet is kept, bold is told, and people just forget to be bold and talk about it. It's like they say quiet is kept isn't to like shush you, but it's just like, no, if you're bold enough to do it, like talk about it. If it's something that's happening, why shouldn't you be the one to talk about it? But usually they don't because they don't want to face the fan, basically.
That's true. That is true. Okay. What's another theme? Go ahead and throw it out.
I guess memory and ways of knowing is one. I was struck when I was rereading it during the first chapter when they're talking about how the Wajinu don't really have long-term memory. They said they still feel things in their body, and it's like sort of like a knowing of instinct. And I thought that kind of also talked about mental health and sort of like intergenerational trauma and how things kind of get passed down even when you don't consciously think about it, or how you can know certain things that I don't know. I'm not super spiritual, but I know for some people who are, they feel like they know certain things through their ancestors, and they just kind of feel it in their body that this is a thing that they need to do or that will help them.
There's this book called "It Didn't Start with You" by Mark Wolin, and he talks about that generational curse in a sense of like you will feel anxiety or feel some type of way about something that you've never personally experienced, but it's in you and you feel it and you go to therapy and you're like, so what the hell is wrong with me? And then he walks you through your family history and then he's like, well, this happened to your mom. It makes sense that anxiety was passed on to you.
Mm-hmm.
There's also the effect that, like, because parents don't react properly to their own trauma, they are teaching learned behavior to their kids, not through like verbally or actively, but just we all learn from our parents by watching them. What we see, if it's not how they really feel, we only pick up what we see. So like you have generations of people hiding their trauma and like letting it out in unhealthy ways, and they're teaching their kids that this is how you handle this, but they're not getting the context, they're just getting the reaction. So that was a lot of what happened with like Yetu as well. It's like you have her receiving the history and all she knows is that this person is important, this person is isolated and everything, even though it didn't used to be like that. You got that with first Zati being a part of the community, and then suddenly because they're so important, it was passed on to the next one, and they just think, okay, this person is important. At some point they keep forgetting why this is important, instead of like this one person who's supposed to just give them everything that they got. That's all they remember of it. So it shows how like you forget why something is the way it is. All you have is the learned behavior. So you don't have context for it. You just act on what's instinct from it. Which I liked that they showed that in 3 historians instead of just the 2. Like, oh, this is like, this is Zati. And I was like, okay. They showed Basha in the middle where they show the race declining because of that particular thing, that they're seeing this thing not as a person, but as like their history and stuff. And therefore they don't remember why they're still a person. They just know that, okay, this is our thing. You have to listen to this. You're just the historian. You just carry our memories and stuff. So you have to do what we say, that kind of thing. And you see it reflected in the way that they treat Yetu after she receives the memories, the way that they like, they even stop using her name after a while. Historian. And like it shows that like dehumanization that happens because of the learned behavior. Which I think was really, really neat, but also really sad.
It is sad.
Yeah.
What about the paralleling of remembering and identity? Because I feel like for me, that was a huge thing of how in Yetu, which is understandable, she begins to kind of cave under that pressure of having to remember all of that or all of the traumatic experiences of everyone before her, how it pushed her away and she no longer wanted to carry that burden. But when she gave away that knowledge, she almost, in a lot of ways, forgot who she was. And for me, that was such a huge thing because I don't want to say, to me, it wasn't, and Harley and I have had a couple conversations about this. I don't think it necessarily circles around necessarily always remembering where you come from, but I think it does discuss how your past is part of your identity. But for Black people, it's different because our past is so traumatic, our history is so traumatic, and we revel in this pride of being Black, but then we also have to remember the dark side of it. And it's a part of who we are, but then we have those of us that become like Yetu, and we just can't handle that. But then when you forget about your past, how do you continue forward in your future without honoring that? And then that goes into that whole conversation of like collectivism, but I know that that was very, very important to me. And once again, I don't know why this whole entire book for me was very much so about that connection that I had, because I did have a really, really good relationship with my great grandmother. But it just takes me back to like even hearing about some of her experiences. And um, I don't feel like she liked talking about it, but I think she talked to me about it because I needed to know how we got from point A to point B. You know, like I didn't just start, living in, New York because I just popped up there. Like there was a path that was taken to get there. And just her telling me about her experiences and being the help and how traumatic of an experience that was for her, but it was part of our family's history, and that information had to be passed on to us. And I don't like hearing about, and I don't like remembering some of the things that she went through, but it's part of who I am because it's part of where I've come from, and I have to honor that history. But to think about how I have to carry that burden and how do I translate that information to my daughter? Like, how do I pass that information along and then not create um, a burden for her and not passing on this trauma that we seem to have to constantly carry with us? So it's like that balance of, well, your past is traumatic. You can't really let it go because it's a part of your identity, but then how do you balance it all? Which is where I think that whole idea of us collectively carrying that burden together comes into play.
I thought about that, but in a different way, as far as
Mm-hmm.
what do you suppress for survival? So when she was like, I got to get rid of all these, these memories and I'm going to go away, it made me think about the spaces that I have been in. So, like, I lived in Ukraine for almost 3 years, predominantly white. I went to a predominantly white university, both of them for my bachelor's and my master's. And I currently live in a very white town.
Mm-hmm.
So I always have to remind myself of who I am because sometimes I get caught up in the whiteness because
Mm-hmm.
it's easier to think about my blackness in this sea of whiteness. So it's like
Mm-hmm.
I'm doing things just to survive. But then when I go home and go, to New Orleans with my family, and it's like something awakes in me and I remember who I am. So it's like it made me think about the things that I personally do to survive and to question if that's really serving me in the long run.
But that's an interesting point that you bring up, because I think about how many conversations we have about how we do things or have had to do things or we've been trained to do things to appease white people, from the way that we talk, the way that we carry ourselves, the way that we dress. Like, I went to a PWI, and navigating a PWI is in, I don't know if everybody knows, a PWI is predominantly white institution.
Yeah.
Navigating a PWI, it's easy to forget
Yep.
yourself. It's so easy to forget your identity and your blackness because you have to, like you said, Bree, you're in survival mode at that point. You have to almost like camouflage yourself and take on so many different personas just so you can make it. And I feel like that just makes the burden that black people carry so much worse. We talked about this, I think, Erica, I think when we had, maybe I could be mistaken, but I feel like we had this conversation about black people having to live two narratives all the time, having to learn, our history and then learn everybody else's history, having to learn, our cultural things that are relevant to our culture and then having to learn everybody else's culture and having to assimilate to everybody else's lifestyles, but we can't revel in our own blackness. Like that's crazy.
And it reminds me, and every time I think about this notion of assimilation, it
Mm-hmm.
reminds me of Paul Laurence Dunbar's poem "We Wear the Mask."
Yes.
And
Yeah.
I'm like, Black people and people of color, and I'm going to extend it to people of color, in a white dominated society, we wear a mask constantly.
Mm-hmm.
And we are one way with one group of people, we're another way with another group of people. And, just like you and Bree, I went to a PWI as well. In my neighborhood that I grew up in, when we first moved out here, we were one of 5 Black families of more than 200 homes. So my school, my class in elementary school, half the time I was the only Black person
Yep.
in my class. And when I went to college, ask me what Black lit I studied. Yeah, it was not as a literature major.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I read Beloved, I read The Bluest Eye.
That's it.
Oh.
That's what I remember.
That's about it.
That's about it.
If it hadn't been for my mother, who is an educator, I wouldn't have had that exposure
Mm-hmm.
to. And I had to take. I kid you not, I had to take African American literature as an elective.
That's how it is in high school too.
because I wouldn't have gotten it any other way. Like, I was so ecstatic when I got a professor that the textbook that he got us, or the anthology, had Native American literature in it.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, what the heck is this? I'm so happy to read something other than dead white men. And it was great. So I digress. But we have to figure out how to navigate a white world, whereas white people navigate, and then
cruise control, child.
Yeah.
Cruise.
And
Smokey Robinson cruising.
exactly. And we are constantly, Black people and people of color are constantly in survival mode, because we have to figure out how to navigate this white dominated world.
And navigating is complete bullshit.
It is.
Yeah.
It is. It is.
Oh.
It is. And I put that on the screen because one of the other themes that I was looking at is like, and I had made like a tweet about this, about having to start over, and how they as the people had to begin again and create their own culture and figure out how they were going to live and build their own cities and everything. And I feel like Black people have experienced the same exact thing, where everything that we had, our cultures, our traditions, were stripped from us.
Mm-hmm.
So we came here, or to the Caribbean, or wherever they decided to take us at this point, and we had to create our own cultures, which is nothing. It's exactly what they had to do in this book.
Mm-hmm.
But I found this statement really interesting because there's this big discussion now around the use of AAVE.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, that belongs to Black people.
Triggered.
But what's so funny, it is a huge trigger for me, and it makes me very, very angry every time I see it. Because I was watching something, and I saw someone who was not Black say something along the lines like, do I need to snatch their weave? And I was like, oh, just stop. Just stop.
First of all,
because the thing about it for me is that
kills me.
That first, the thing about it for me is that AAVE, when it's held in, when it's paired with Black people, we're often considered uneducated, low class, we're poor, we're ghetto. But it's so amazing that when white people when they mainstream it and they say stuff like, oh, stuff like snatching your weave and stuff like that, or whatever phrases are affiliated with AAVE, it becomes a prominent thing in pop culture, and it's okay, and it's funny, and it looks cool, and it's like, how can Black people have had everything taken from them, and this is a part of their culture, and you consider their culture, you use their culture against them, but when it's mainstream and white people use it, it's okay. And it's like, why can't we just have one thing? You don't understand the history behind AAVE, because there's a lot of history behind AAVE. And it's frustrating to see stuff like that where people want to take and be part of Black culture, but then don't want to give Black people the respect that they deserve. Why can you use AAVE and it's funny and it looks cute and you got people talking about cis this, cis that, and it's like, but you're not Black. Stop. Just stop. Cultural appropriation at best.
I think that's the worst part about it, because the whole reason that AAVE exists is because white people gatekept the language of intelligence. And so because they gatekept it, we invented our own.
Yes.
And so now all of a sudden you think it's cool.
You better speak now. Okay.
So like, we needed a way to communicate our intelligence to you.
Yeah.
But you didn't like that. So when we finally did it, we decided, okay, we're going to keep it to ourselves and fuck y'all. But now, all of a sudden, it's cool, it's hot, and everything else. And I'm just kind of like, first of all, it's not your culture. Yeah. It never was. You had your culture, and you kept it from us. Now, all of a sudden, you want ours too because it's better?
I wouldn't say that they kept it from us. I would say that it was definitely forced upon us to a certain degree, but there are aspects like education.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like
that was kept from us. Like we were forced to adhere to their rules, their regulations, their culture, but yet they kept us ignorant of everything else.
Exactly.
Or the things that mattered to get us ahead in life. Which, does that sound like 2020?
Sounds like every year I've been on this planet. But right? Who am I to say so?
This every day.
Who am I?
I shouldn't have said that.
I felt it in my spirit.
No, I felt that in my spirit too.
Yeah. I was like, oh, okay. Let it be known.
So what about this theme of like collectivism? What did anyone see that theme of collectivism, or how do you feel about the whole concept? I know we touched on it a little bit, but how do you feel about that whole idea and concept of collectivism and as it's represented in this book?
So this is probably going to be the weirdest thing I took from that, but it's because I related to Yetu so closely. We talked about code switching before, right? I think there is a lack of acknowledgement in the Black community that there are times when there are Black people who don't think the same and think differently, who have to code switch for their Black peers as well. And Yetu had to do that a lot. She had to keep all the stuff that she knew and what she felt inside. And when they come around, it's like, oh, I'm feeling this way. And when she realized that they did not understand, nor did they want to understand, she switched to being like, I'm fine. I'm the historian. I'm doing this. This is what I'm supposed to do. I'm good. And like, I see that as something that they were trying to touch on, the fact that like, yes, collectivism should not be confused with community. Community is understanding each other and helping even if we don't understand each other, versus collectivism means that you want everyone to accept their roles in life no matter what, even if it's detrimental to them, instead of working to help them with what they're going through. And I felt that that was something they touched on, because they're like, for context, a lot of my knowledge about myself, my culture, my Blackness and stuff like that, and it's going to freak everyone out, came from white people.
Oh,
yeah. A lot of my reading of Black books, a lot of my Black history learning, all of this came from white teachers and white mentors giving me these books to learn from.
That's
And
interesting.
only by the good graces of them seeing that like I was intelligent ones, which is like the worst thing of it. Like that's the worst part of it. Versus you have my family who were Bible thumping, all about the community, all about the collective, all about that's a white thing, and all about intelligence being a white thing, and all about like mental illness being a white thing, who did not give me anything to survive with what was like with the way I thought and the way that I processed things. So like I felt for Yetu because she had this different mind, and she's supposed to be able to handle the history just like the historians before her were. They handled with grace and everything like that because that was their lot in life to do, and they were proud of it. The thing is that Yetu wasn't proud of it because she didn't have an identity outside of being Black. And she tried to explain, like, you know, for instance, that's the theme of it, being Wajirnu, however you pronounce it. And she tried to explain that like I don't feel like myself. I feel like this is all I am. I get lost in all of these stuff, and they'd be like, "What are you talking about? That's just like, you know, it's in the past, and it's just a thing. You're one of us, and you have to do this. This is your purpose. You can't not be this." And it's like instead of trying to help her with that, and instead of her pushing the issue, she'd gotten so used to not being helped that she just was like, "It's cool. I'm fine. I'm proud of being the historian. I would love to be this thing for, you know, for y'all." And it's like I accept my responsibility and stuff. And I think that's something that people don't touch on, the fact that like they confuse collectivism with community. That like this is your place over here. You shouldn't be interested in anything but your place right here as part of the collective and not part of the community.
I think that brings an interesting, because I'm sure we've all heard of the terminology skin folk versus kinfolk.
Yeah.
It's my favorite.
Definitely.
And I'm quick to call somebody skin folk and not kinfolk.
Oh, yeah.
Keep it pushing. I'm real quick to say stuff like that. But,
Yeah.
but Harley, that brings an interesting question to mind for me, because it thinks like, you know, and we've had this discussion before about everybody who is Black. First of all, we're not a monolith.
No.
Which we all don't speak for each other.
Exactly.
But also the fact that we're all on different journeys in being aware of our Blackness or how we view our Blackness. And, you know, and I don't want to use the term woke, because I think woke is just oversaturated, and I think that it just I don't really like that term, because but I do feel like a big question that the Black community has to ask itself is, for those who we may categorize as skinfolk and not kinfolk, how do we help them along in their journey, or how do we nurture them in growing and understanding where they are in their journey and how they feel? Because I can say honestly, for me, like, a lot of times I have felt like I just don't got the time. Like, if you don't get it, honey, because you could be Black too, and I can tell you, if you don't get it, I'm not gonna take. I can bring the horse to the water, but I can't make you drink it.
Okay, so that's the thing. Like what you said right there is exactly it.
And that's
they have heard like every single time someone say that to them, because they're expected to know, and because they've heard someone say, "I don't have the time if you don't get it," and stuff like that. They've heard it over and over. By the time they get to you, they'd be like, "Okay, well, screw you then."
Yeah, and that's where, and I feel like that's where the issue lies. But I also wonder if that's attributed to the fact that, like, you know, I have my own, and that's why I think, like you said, that whole conversation of community versus collectivism is like, I've got my own burden to carry. I can't carry yours too, and teach you something that I feel like, as another Black person, you should already know.
Yeah.
Like, and you know, I do it in jest and I do it in fun, because it's just, this is like, ooh, child, what you doing? What are you doing? But you know, but it's like, I think as a Black community, it's important for us to think, well, how do we build that community? How do we help? How do we establish those lines of communication for those who may not be where we are in our journey of knowing our Blackness, because I do think that growing up in the society that we grew up in, I feel like we're taught a lot of things that we then have to go back and unlearn. And that in itself is a painful process, because everything that you thought was right, you're like, hold up, no, that's not right. I mean, even learning your own history, when you're constantly taught certain aspects of history, you think that that's your history too, until someone goes back and tells you, nope, 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 that's not your history, that's not how it works. And the shocking information that comes with that, the trauma that comes with that. So like you said, like, some people, I feel like, and I feel like this was evident in the book between Yetu and, y'all, I'm horrible with names. Who led the I want to say not an uproar, but who led the
Basha.
Yes. Okay. So like, I see the difference in Yetu and Basha in the sense that some of us take that trauma and that knowledge and we crumble underneath it. We cannot handle it. It's too much of a burden. It's too traumatizing. But then we have people like Bashu, who you take that knowledge and it makes you feel empowered. It makes you want to fight back. So how do we help people transition from saying, if I take any more, if I know anything else, I'm going to completely crumble from knowing all of this stuff, to I'm going to take what I do know and I'm going to use that as my strength and use that as my means to fight back and rebel and be proud of being Black. I think that takes so much time, though. That takes a lot. It takes so much positive imagery for people to be okay with their Blackness. And I think sometimes too, people say that they're okay with their Blackness and they're still technically not okay with their Blackness at all. But I don't know.
I feel like Blackness is a spectrum, and all of us on different points of that spectrum. And you make a good point of like, how do we nurture it? If you feel in your hearts of hearts that you ain't got time, that's where community come in. Who do you know that has the time? Other people will be willing to take on that burden that you are not able to. So reframing it in the sense of, boo boo, I ain't got time for you, but right now I don't have the mental capacity to interact with you. But sis over here got you.
Yeah.
Girl over here got you. This literature got you.
Yeah.
Let me teach you how to educate yourself. But also there are people who are biracial and Black and, adopted into white families. You have that whole situation where patience is key. You can't force Blackness on somebody if it ain't what they want. And I always think to myself, like, if I was a person who was biracial, raised in a white family, and then all I know is white, and then I meet some Black folks and they telling me about the burden of being a Black person, would I want to opt for that shit? Would I want to be like, oh yeah, that's me? It's so complex.
It is. That I think the identity of being Black is tough, because you are not only fighting externally, you end up fighting internally too, where Black people start fighting amongst themselves, because you are judged on your level of Blackness from the way that you, I mean, on the outside and then also on the inside. Like, Black people look at you and be like, now you're an Oreo.
Oh,
you know what I'm saying? Like, like stuff like that. Like, oh no. Like, you really not black. I mean, you look Black, but you not Black. No, like, so, exactly. So
one of the things that I thought about when I was reading this, when Yetu washed up on the beach or the cove, whatever.
Yeah.
And so the people were talking to her and she was like trying to make sounds and stuff. I was like, oh Lord. It brought me back to a traumatic point in my life when people were always, and they still do today, oh, you talk white.
Yeah.
Like, what does that mean?
Yeah.
Y'all, for real. So don't ever tell somebody that.
Like, oh, you're like us. First of all,
don't, because I have to code switch. Don't get it twisted.
And I said today, this is the only thing I'm gonna say about work, because somebody from work is watching. But this is the only thing I'm gonna say about work.
Not you got somebody watching you.
I said today, I said our district manager, bet not. And I mean, he bet not come up to me and ask me nothing. And everybody who was around, both black and white, knew exactly what I was talking about, because they knew, but they also know me.
Yeah.
Because I don't take anybody's crap. But after I said that, then I went back to being my, oh, you don't sound black.
Yeah, but you know what's so crazy about that is that, like, even working in a library for me, it becomes, now I don't have to do it as much, and I hate to say it because I work in a predominantly black community now, so I feel like y'all get what I'm talking about. Like, I don't feel, but I used to work in a middle class to upper class white community, and when I say I was code switching like a mug, I mean it was ridiculous. So until I got to the point where I was like, I'm not doing this anymore. I'm like, I refuse to walk into any situation anymore where I feel like I can't be me in my blackness. But I know that everybody is not at that point, because even in being in that, you have to be prepared for the lashback that comes with that. Like, me being myself comes off as me being aggressive, or me being loud, or me being ghetto, or, you know, I'm intimidating. I had a coworker tell me that once. Well, Ashley, you know, like, you're very strong-willed and intimidating. And I had to put her in her place for that. But, you know, I don't think, I'm serious. I did. In front of a whole table of people, I said, you know what, we cool people, but don't you ever use my name and that word in the same sentence, because I said, you don't understand the racial implications of saying something like that.
Oh.
But I think that I felt okay being at that spectrum of my blackness. I could care less. I told my stepdad the other day, I hope nobody from my job I told my stepdad the other day, you know, not in a racially charged way, but I don't care how white people at my job view me at this point. If I'm doing my job, I'm doing my job.
Period.
Okay? I'm not there to appease any of you. How I talk, how I walk, I'm going to be okay in my blackness, because that's who I am. I'm not finna carry myself no more like I'm some white girl, because I'm not a white girl. I never will be white. It's just me. But I think in reading this book too, coming full circle, it's made me realize everybody is not at that point yet, because that takes a lot of self-reflection, and it takes a lot of confidence in your blackness to get to that point and say, I don't care how white people look at me. Call me ghetto, call me loud, but I know that that's not me. And being secure in your blackness, and that's okay, not being there just yet.
And it's also freeing to be like, fuck this.
Yes. Yes.
That's what I do at my job. I'm like, Bree showing up. This is what you gonna get. I'm gonna leave as Bree. I'm coming in as Bree. And then, you know, check them as needed. If I feel like I have the capacity to do that. Or ask a white person. Get your friends. Get your coworker. Because they wilding out here. So
yep.
I think it's funny how different our experiences is, because it was like, as far as code switching for me, I've had situations at my job where I had to code switch to black to appease white people and what they expected. When I would speak,
That's
and
interesting.
would say, I live in Texas, Southeast Texas. Woo. So when I would speak, intelligently. When I would talk about certain things, they'd be like, I don't know what any of that means, but it sounds amazing. But when I would speak like my normal self, well, it's not even my normal self, it's like a mix of being intelligent and being black, as like intelligent speak and blackness, white speak and blackness. And I would speak like that, they'd be like, oh my God, I know what you mean. Oh yeah, because then I would be acting the way that they expected me to act because of my skin color. They don't expect intelligent speech out of me. So when I give it to them, they don't know how to communicate with me.
That's
and
their
that is
problem.
the experience.
Damn,
I didn't learn.
That's your problem.
I didn't learn
Free
to
your
speak.
face.
I didn't learn to
Your
speak
face.
as black as I do now, like as like quote unquote urban or AAVE. I didn't learn how to do that until I got to visit mostly my dad's side of the family because they're from straight up Louisiana.
What up? Hey.
They're all Creole. They're Haitian Creole.
That's us.
So like that's where I learned a lot of my blackness and how to speak like the language and stuff like that. AAV. Before that, I spoke straight quote unquote white. But the thing is that even speaking like that, they still had no understanding of it because all they saw was like they're used to the way my peers spoke with AAVE and stuff like that and like that. And when I would speak and stuff like that, they'd be like, you're using a lot of big words and you're using a lot of like where's this thing? Why don't you have an accent? Why don't this and this? They would be more confused by it than impressed.
Okay, let me just go get you a dictionary. You can look up. Get you a dictionary.
I can't.
That's why it's like I find it so unique because everyone talks about the experience of having to code switch for white people and stuff like that. It's like I've had to code switch for black people and I've had to talk black for white people.
No.
So it's always very strange when I have to like explain that.
I think it's a thin line. It's very confusing. So like when I go home to New Orleans, the accent is in full effect.
Yeah.
When I leave New Orleans, it's hi, how are you?
Not the phone voice.
Not the phone voice.
But now I just be like, oh, fuck these people. So now I'm slowly becoming like Priyanka, like who I am when I'm in with my people. So like in New Orleans, we don't say yes, we say yeah. So every time somebody asks me something, I intentionally say yeah, and they look at me and I look at them. So we looking at each other because I'm trying to get you to understand that I'm just gonna continue saying yeah. But it's like it's hard because when I go to New Orleans, it takes me like a day to adjust because they're like, oh, here comes white breed, and I'm like. So you want me to catch you outside and give you these hands. So then when you say stuff like that, then my family's like, okay, she's back. And I'm like, all that.
Yes.
Why do I got to go through all of that? So language is very interesting.
It is. And I think it definitely, like, that was such a huge part of the book for me is seeing just the different perspectives of those two characters as historians. And while they had the same job, they didn't function the same way. They didn't function the same way at all. And it's interesting to take the perspective of those two and then look back on the Black community and think about how, like, we sure as hell don't function the same way either, which I think is such a horrible narrative that all Black people function the same. We all think alike. We all have the same perspectives on Blackness and Black culture. And we I mean, that's like asking a white person, are you all the same?
Oh, they'll rip out their entire family heritage. Like, no, I'm not just white.
Like I was it was funny because I thought about this when I was in a meeting today where at my job we have these dialogues about race, and it was over Zoom, and I got put into a mini chat with 3 other white women, and one of the women, she said that when she was younger, she saw Black people walking down the street and she was confused about why they weren't speaking to each other. And I was like, where's she going with this? And she was like, because she thought that all Black people knew each other. And but you know, as funny as that is, I think that is an assumption that's made, that all of our experiences and our life lessons, we're all at the same point with each other, and we're not.
It's a global thing. Like when I lived in Ukraine, people literally would walk up to me and be like, "Oh, do you know Will Smith? How the fuck do I know that man?"
Somebody in France asked me if I knew Barack Obama. I said, how the hell would I know him?
How would I know that?
How would I know him?
What? But it's like what you see on TV, the things you consume. Like people just assumed I knew all the Black people in the world. And to take it a step further, I would tell them I'm American. No. Togo. I'm like, American? They're like, Nigerian. I'm like, again, American. And they're like, Ghana. And I'm like, one more time.
Look at me talking about work, y'all, and somebody in the chat is from my job. Hey, Dana.
Oh, Ashley,
I was talking about her job.
Ashley, I can't see the chat.
Oh yeah, you can't see it from your end?
I got it either. I thought it's just you.
Switch from private to the public. There should be on your right hand side.
So I see private and comments.
Yeah, click on comments.
Click comments. Now you can see the stream.
Okay. But now
okay.
But I did want to say that brings up a good point about how we're all not the same and stuff like that, and how white people view us. And since it's segueing eventually into the review issue, I think that's the problem. They're focusing so much on it being a Black book. They're missing the stuff that's already normal to white people too. They all have the same issue of identity and seeking their heritage and being expected to act a certain way in the same way that we do. It's just that ours is coded by trauma. But they're so focused on the fact that there's Black trauma in this book that they're not seeing the similarities. And that's the thing that bothers me about the entire, I don't get it, or I didn't get it. It's too much and I can't relate to it. And I'm like, what the hell could you not relate to? That mom that said that you need to go to college and become better than like what your family is right now. It's right there. You know how you have 6 generations of this and you need to be the one to change that? What you missing? Where you at?
We were discussing y'all before, and this was kind of a conversation that Harley and I had started via Twitter, was that when I first began reading the book, I was just looking at, and it's just out of habit that I read just reviews of stuff, not always a good thing, because sometimes I feel like that influences how you read a book. But one thing that I found interesting about one thing that I did find interesting about what I was seeing was that there were non-Black people who were saying like, oh, I just don't get the purpose of this book. Oh, I see that it's about descendants of pregnant slaves and it has this, relationship to slavery, but I don't understand what the purpose of the book was. And for me, it's huge because I think it talks to the importance of own voice as reviewers and seeking out individuals that identify with the book before you automatically say, I don't get it. I don't know. I know people, I haven't listened to it on audio, and I don't know if I could listen to it on audio the first go round because I feel like there's just too much going on and too much to unpack. And I know that this book has a lot to do with oral tradition, but I think that this is not a book that you fly through either. This is not a book that you read as you would normally pick up any other book off of your shelf. Well, depending upon what you read. But this is not a book that is simple in any shape, way, or form. So for me, I think as a Black reader and a Black reviewer, it was disheartening to see not people criticize it because of the writing style or character development, but because of the fact that they didn't get it. You're not going to get it because it's not your cultural experience. And I think that's the problem, is that sometimes you have to step outside your own narrative to understand what other marginalized groups go through. And that can be attached to any book. I know before we start this live, I was talking about the fact that I'm currently reading The Only Good Indians, and I know for a fact that there is stuff that is flying over my head that I'm not seeing, but it's my job as a reader to seek out own voices, reviewers, and to learn more about the group, the marginalized group, or the culture that's being discussed in that book, because it's not something that I experience on a day-to-day basis. So I think that was interesting to see. And like you said, because we live it all the time, I think for a lot of us, it was instantaneous. Like it was kind of like, welcome to my life.
Right.
Whereas for others, it's not so much.
I think I was confused because when I listened to it, like you made a great point, I listened to it on audiobook at like 2.5. And I was like, what's happening? It's not happening. It's what's happening.
Mm-hmm.
And then I couldn't get a physical copy. It was only the audiobook available for me.
Mm-hmm.
So I listened to it again on one. I was like cleaning the whole house with the headphones on and just was in it. And I was taking notes and I was like, this is what I should have did the first time, because it's not a book that you can just,
Mm-hmm.
turn up the speed and consume in that manner.
Mm-hmm. It's not.
I think for,
Oh, go ahead.
okay. I think for me, like seeing reviews like that is kind of disappointing because like I don't necessarily know what the whole takeaway of it is either, but I can still kind of name a couple of themes that are being discussed and like sort of like what the different sides of it are, even though I don't know what Solomon's like end goal of it was, or even if there was one. Like, maybe we're just supposed to have these different sides and we're supposed to sit in that tension. And I feel like,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
no, I don't know, it's kind of disheartening because I feel like it feels like it's a very simple thing to be like, these are the things that are at least being talked about, as opposed to just kind of throwing your hands in the air and being like, I don't recognize this, so I can't speak on it, I can't do research on it, I can't even like say like this is kind of the direction it's heading, and that's about as much as I know. Like it's not going to take that first like step, that first I don't know another word for it, but like
I think the best way to explain why white people and some Black people didn't get this book is because they, like I said, they were looking too hard at the Blackness and they missed the core theme that I caught from this book. The core theme of this book is not about remembrance. It's not about just community or anything like that. It all leads up to one theme, and that theme is empathy. They missed the opportunity to empathize with us through the same similarities that we go through, the same idea of keeping up your family history, the same idea of great expectations, the same idea of mental illness dealt with within the community and without, the same idea of meeting someone outside your experience, trying to like communicate with them and realizes you're very different and you have different views of things, i.e. Yetu and Ori, realizing that one valued the history because they didn't have it and one didn't value because they'd had it all their life. And like the fact that everyone was like, I can't relate because of this, or worse, their focus was, this is about remembering who you are. You missed the core theme that I feel River Solomon was trying to convey to you. She was trying to, they were trying to convey to you that this is something that everyone should share. You should be able to empathize. It's like with her mother at the end, when Yetu meant to go back, put her mask on, go back to code switching with her family so that she can take on her responsibility, that she felt that she had to. It wasn't so much that she was ready to, is that she realized she had, she felt like she was nothing without it. And note that her mother stopped her when she felt what she had felt. And that's the point that everyone's missing. The fact is that River Solomon was trying to introduce you to what we felt. But everyone completely just missed that in the entire focusing too much on the fact that like, oh, these are descendants of slaves. Oh, this is about Blackness and stuff like that. It's not just those things. Those things lead up to one thing. This is about empathizing with something that is not yourself. And I think that's why I get really upset when I see the reviews and I'm like, it's like, how? It's like, how do you, it's like, I can't relate to this. I'm like, you could, even if you had never experienced it, because these are human beings.
Mm-hmm.
The same way they say they can't relate to this because it's a Black book is the same way that they say they can't relate to our experience and stuff when they absolutely can, because they're looking at us as completely separate creatures instead of thinking, well, how would I feel if I went through this? Or worse, what type of thing have I experienced that is similar to this so that I can get that same feeling and understand where they're coming from? And that's the thing. The entire story to me was them trying to express that this is what empathy looks like. The fact that they're willing to share the burden. And this is what empathy looks like when Yetu goes back to Ori and say, hey, come with me. You don't have a history. I'm going to give you one.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's why it upsets me so much that I see people saying, I can't relate, or worse, this is just about this, or worse, the message overruns the story, and therefore it's like it's a bad because you can't do that. And I'm just like, the message is right there. You didn't catch it because what the problem is, you weren't empathizing the way you were supposed to, and that's the point.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that was like a lot of things, like the people on the beach, they were the same way. They didn't empathize. All they saw was a dead animal that wasn't them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and so they walked away.
Even said, "Oh, we should just cook it."
Yeah.
Someone did say that. We should cook it. I'm like, wait, what?
I'm trying to cook this whole girl. But despite the fact that the thing has similar features, that was the worst part. This thing has similar features to you. It looks humanoid.
And you still want to cook it.
But you still want to cook it and eat because you didn't see the humanoid features. You only saw everything that was different. And that was the point. It's like they didn't empathize.
Yeah.
And go ahead, sorry.
No, it was a huge thing that I was like, wait, she looks like you, but with fins. And you're not like curious about it and wanting to know anything else about it. You just want to fry it up for tonight's meal.
That sounds like bad luck. That sounds like that Gordon Ramsay TikTok of the dead people on the beach.
Same.
But that's it. That's how they treat us, though.
Yeah.
But that's how we treat each other too.
And that's how we treat each other.
And that's how we treat each other.
And the people that wanted to fry her up were black. We're brown. She said, they said brown, but they were of color.
Yep. And that's how we treat each other.
Yeah. And that was one of the things I notated in my book, that it's like we are one of the greatest perpetuators of keeping each other down.
Yes.
You know, so I don't know.
I think go ahead, Bree. No, go ahead.
Did any of you have like that internal conflict? Like I kept thinking of Yetu and Ori as like two halves of the same coin. Because one was like, I don't want the history, and someone was like, why would you not want your history, right? Yeah. I kept literally feeling like my chest was hurting because I was just like, Yetu brought up very good points, and so did Ori. So I felt myself on being like, wow, if I was a reader, like you guys are talking about these reviewers who are like, I don't get it. If you think in a linear manner, and if you think of black and white, this book is going to be very difficult.
Yeah.
If you can't live in the gray area, and it also, if you don't get this book, ask yourself, what narrative in my mind am I making about black people as a whole? Because then your narrative of black people cannot be bent. You're stuck in it. So you need to challenge whatever the hell you're thinking about who black people are as a whole.
And that's the point. That's what all of them see. They see only like this argument should be wrong or this argument should be wrong. They're not seeing that both of these things can be true. It's important to have your history, but it also sucks to have your history.
Right.
They can exist in the same space.
And there was one, I can find it real quick. page 145, where she goes around and she touches everybody to bring them out of the remembrance. And then she says each of them was mattered as much as who all of them were together.
Yes.
And I'm just like, we all matter. First of all, we all matter, but we are all very different. So just like you were saying about, oh, all Black people know each other. How come they weren't talking? All Black people know each other. We don't know each other. Just like all white people, all Asians, all Latinx people, they don't know each other. We don't know everybody in our group or our diaspora. Diaspora. And it's hard because I know when I go to work, and where I work is a predominantly white area, I get the look. Like, what's going on? And don't you know, or, you know, what did Black... Oh, I had a question one day. A white person was buying Their Eyes Were Watching God. And they were like, so, is this a Black experience? I don't know.
No,
I don't know every Black person's experience. I'm sorry, I cannot answer that question for you.
We all don't go to the swamps looking for a better life and get caught out in a storm.
I don't know that experience, so I can't help you.
No, you should have known.
You should have known the answer to that question. This is Roxanne poses an interesting statement here. I'm curious about what people thought of the non-binary aspect of the Mer people. For me, I'm not non-binary, so I want to seek out more non-binary reviews of it because, well, Harley, I didn't want to put you on the spot and like say, you know, but I think that it's, for me as an outsider, I think, like Harley said, I think that goes back to the whole concept of empathy and understanding those who are not the same as you. I think that Black people have a very interesting relationship with the LGBTQIA plus community. That intersection in itself is very traumatic. I was blessed enough to grow up in a family where everybody was somewhere on the spectrum, damn it. So when I, you know, well, I haven't come out to my family as pan, but when I came to my family as bi, they were like, true. Like, you know, but it was like true, like, okay, like, so what? But I know that, you know, people of color, Black people specifically, that intersection can be very, very difficult. And I think that from my perspective, which is very limited, even though I do identify in the queer community, is building that sense of empathy and understanding that everybody doesn't have to, especially with Black people, understanding that everybody doesn't have to fit into our narrative of what we think we should be. Because if you're in the Black community, you know, people expect, you know, those who identify as male, those who identify female, you get married, you have kids, that's it. And if you go anywhere outside that box, you pray it away. And that's just, you know what I'm saying? Especially in the Deep South, like you just don't.
Or violence.
Huh?
Or actual.
Yeah, I found it very rewarding to read about that aspect of the book. I'm not surprised that that was incorporated into the book because River Solomon themselves identifies as non-binary, but I think it's for, and this is once again, my narrow perspective, I think it's for the Black community to not only understand our spectrum of Blackness, but also our spectrum of sexual identity and gender identity, because we don't have those conversations either. And a lot of conversations that I've been having with a lot of people is even talking about, and this is kind of off tangent, but it kind of comes full circle, about even Black men that may identify as like bisexual or gay, and how they're not given the opportunity to be themselves and be comfortable. So then we end up in a lot of situations with Black men who end up having to be down low.
Yeah.
And then you bring Black women into the situation, and we end up in these precarious situations because I feel like, and I could be wrong, I haven't looked at the data lately, but I feel like Black women are also in a high category of contracting HIV and AIDS. And a lot of that has to do with people who are DL, they don't feel comfortable being themselves. And then that all goes back to Black people not having these conversations about sexual identity and gender identity and being comfortable. So Black people don't feel like they can be themselves. And we're taught that there is this narrow box. You can only be straight heterosexual and identify as a male or a female, and there's no other options. So I feel like including more people that identify as non-binary was breaking that trauma, because it's trauma. It is trauma. I feel like it is traumatizing to teach our Black children that they can't be anything but this narrow box. And it is once again trying to break that cycle of, hey, we are not a monolith. You can't expect us all to be at this one point in our Blackness. We're not all going to be straight. We're not all going to identify as male or female or fit into the traditional binary that we've been taught is what is only appropriate. So
Yeah.
that's how I related to it. But Harley, you may have a different take since you actually identify as non-binary.
Okay, so so this is gonna be weird because I'm gonna try and like explain what I got out of it as a person who is non-binary. The thing that people miss about our history as Black culture is that gender identity was taught to us.
Yeah.
A lot of a lot of the tribes that we descend from, a lot of the like history that we have on like in Africa, those different tribes that we derive from, they had their own ideas of gender, and it wasn't just man, woman. That stuff was taught to us when we came here. So the most natural thing is seeing Yetu and her people be non-binary. Some of them identify as she, some of them identify as he, some of them being we or they or anything like that. And that felt more true to Blackness than like any of the rest of the book for me, because it's like this is what would happen without interference. And that was the best part of that. And what I liked was that when she did meet Ori, she didn't change who she was or how she felt or anything like that or anything about herself when presented with the fact that Ori was female biologically and gender wise, and having explained that there's only two for them. But I do like the fact that it didn't matter to her and it didn't matter to Ori. And that was the most important thing, is that it was just normal. It came naturally.
Yeah.
It's that like this person comes from a race of people that do have binary genders, but it still didn't matter that Yetu wasn't either of those things. Then you have this one that came from a race that doesn't really have gender. They have gender fluidity, or they have people who like do identify along the binary, but it didn't matter that Ori was not like that. And I think that's the important thing. I think that it's like it's not about creating an authentic non-binary experience. It's more so, to me, what was authentic about it is the fact that most non-binary people don't care. Like most of us genuinely do not care. It's like, okay, I don't identify as either one of these things. Or you have non-binary people say, I identify as both of those things. For instance, me, I'm agendered. I have no gender. I just identify as whatever people feel comfortable calling me, because I personally don't care. I know who I am and what I am. So the pronouns don't mean anything to me. But there are people who they do mean something to, and therefore they're allowed to call themselves that. So like the fact that everybody basically was non-binary, but they identify with whatever they wanted to, was really important to me because it felt more true to what we are as like as who we are as Blackness without interference. Because again, that stuff was taught to us. We were limited by that stuff.
And
go ahead.
To piggyback off of what you were saying, in the book, Ori says it's not a choice after Getu asks about the genitals.
Yeah.
Ori says it's not a choice, really. People have different bodies, different configurations, and then she goes on to say and ask Getu if she has both, and Getu says yes, and then Ori says not everyone is the same. Not everyone can mate with everyone else and expect a child. And I thought that was really important because to the theme of being non-binary, because not everybody wants all of this.
Yeah.
For one, that not everybody wants all of this, and that we are inherently, like you said, Harley, this was taught, this gender role was taught to people, and we didn't care.
Yeah,
you're right, we didn't care once upon a time whether this person was male or female, but yet we knew that we had to mate with someone different that was not male or female, but then it wasn't necessarily always pushed either until colonialism.
Yeah.
So I'll just leave it at that. I might be on the wrong track here. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, that's how I feel about it. It's the same. It's the same thing. It's like I agree with it. It's like all that stuff is something that is alien to us, that is impressed upon us, versus what is natural or true to us.
I think the use of the word "we" had a different, and this is just like I said, this is through my lens. When I saw "we," I didn't necessarily think about gender identity, which is interesting. When I saw "we," I instantaneously thought about, and this is so interesting. You're right. How your cultural experiences dictate how you see things too. Because for me, when I saw "we," the first thing I thought about was Rastafarianism and how they say "I" and "I." And for me, that was another translation of saying "I" and "I," where "I" and "I" and Rastafarianism means that we're all the same under the eyes of Jah. So it was like that was that equivalence. It doesn't how I see me and who I am is no different than who you are. We are one. We're one person. And by saying I in you, I'm creating a differentiation that does not exist.
Right.
So for me, and that was, that's because my family is Jamaican. So that aspect I brought in, not brief. That to me was very, very interesting. And I had made the comment in my blog. I said, I don't know if River Solomon has had any experience in, researching Rastafarianism or whether that was intended, because it may not even have been intended. But every time I kept seeing the use of we, I was like, dang, that's so much like I and I, because it connects all of us into one.
I can see them having done that research just based on my reading of An Unkindness of Ghosts.
Okay.
I can see them having done that. I'm sorry. There's like a gnat flying around.
It's okay. They're bad over here too.
It's better than a wasp. I had a wasp in my room the other day. I'd rather it be a gnat any day. But yeah, I can see that they would have done that research.
Yeah.
And because if you who's read An Unkindness of Ghosts? I think
I have it.
Chloe. Yeah. Okay, Harley.
I haven't read it either.
Okay.
But But I'm reading it this month, and you know that, so don't even. You can stop right there. You could pause right there. Just pause. You know that I'm reading it with you this month, so why would you try to call me out?
I'm not calling you out. You were the one that said I haven't read it.
I will say, when I first saw the "we" brought up in there, I thought the way they identified was "we" was the same as they identified with like kind of like how a school of fish identify, like the collective. And because they are one, they were so used to the collective that they only identified as "we," and that they didn't get their own individual identity until land creature, I forgot her name, named Zati. And I thought that was like, I thought that's what that was. Like the idea that they were a collective and they were a community until this person individualized them.
And then I like how they changed it.
Yeah.
Like, we were more than this. And I was like, go ahead with your best self. Let them know.
It's like, oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No. Go ahead.
So it's like Zati stopped. I felt that it was important when she named Zati that like when it came down to like expanding their community and stuff like that, it felt like a symbol of like, this is no longer just me, this is us. And that's what it felt like. That's why she felt the need to change it, because like Zati, I think it was like with them, I guess. Not sure what gender. But with Zati specifically, Zati was their identity. And they realized when the community got too big, not everybody can be Zati.
Yeah.
But everybody can be this one thing. Like this is and that was the separation of Zati versus the community. And it's like, I'm Zati, but all of you are this. Yeah. Like us together is this, but I am Zati.
Yeah.
Did you guys
thought it was?
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Did you guys?
Go ahead, Bree.
Sorry. Did you guys think of like we've talked about it in certain different ways, but I kept thinking about the dangers of generalizing and like thinking that you know best. When the first historian was like made, I forget the other guy, promised to never like tell anyone anything, and he made that decision like all on his own for a collective group of people. I just got instantly pissed. I was like, how dare you? So
that was actually what I was getting ready to bring up.
Oh, you were?
Yeah.
That's that kinfolk right there. That's that kinfolk.
I'm done. Done.
I was gonna ask the question about whether or not you thought it was right that somebody made the decision for people not to remember the history. And I don't want to say that I got instantly pissed, especially on the first read, but then when I was reading it the second time, I was like, you, Brie, how dare you decide what I know? And then it brought me, because I read last semester, I read Frederick Douglass.
Ooh, child.
You keep talking about this book.
I'm not trying to read it no time soon, I'll tell you that much.
And I was just like, man, I can't do this. And so I thought about that, and there was a comment that he made in his autobiography that said that every time he tried to ask, or every time he asked about who his father was or his birth date, that they were like, no, you don't need to know that. And I'm like, who makes this decision about how or what you know? And why do they think that if you know something that it would be detrimental to you? Maybe it's not, but it's more detrimental to them. And it's also a control thing. And I felt that by Zoti saying, don't let them know this history, it's also a control mechanism. So as long as we can control what you know, then we control you. Even though they live separately. But pods and stuff.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Does that remind y'all? I forget, was it Chimamanda who did the TED Talk, the danger of a single story?
Oh yeah.
That's what it makes me think about, is that when you try to build just this one, or you're only referencing this one story, you run into a lot of issues. So it did bother me that it was just one individual attempting to control the narrative. And I think that's something that we do see, where people feel like they are the spokesperson for all people and they're the ones that need to make the decisions. And listen, that is a surefire way to not only screw over the people that you are trying to speak for, but also you're creating a single narrative. And that's why we have issues like white people thinking that we think collectively, like we all function in the same way, or that we all have the same experiences, because it's that single narrative that's being told, that single story. So yeah, it is. It's frustrating. It was frustrating to see that, because you're right, Erica. I was like, well, who made you? Who told you that you had this authority? Or what makes you think that by doing this you're benefiting anyone? And it is that level. I could be stretching with this, but I think it is that level of ignorance that sometimes does exist. And someone else said it in the chat, is like that elitism. And it makes me think of the talented, what did Booker T. Washington call it? The talented 10th? Is it the talented 10?
Yes. I think it's the talented 5. I'll look.
I'm about to say talent if the talented 10th, where you're saying that the top 10% of your people are going to be responsible for all this stuff, and they're the ones that are going to hold all this knowledge. And it's like, who makes these decisions? How do you feel like you can make these decisions that will speak on the behalf of all these people, and then create this single narrative for everyone? Because we don't function that way. So yeah, it was very frustrating.
I'm going to say this real quick about the talented 10, is that I read somewhere or heard somewhere, and I'll have to look for it, but this was that notion of the talented 10 was a white conception, because we had been conditioned and to believe that this was of what was acceptable. So it was rooted in white, I don't really want to say white supremacy, but I think that's the language that they used for it. And if you think about it, like, I'm just going to pull this out, because who was it? W.E.B. Du Bois was the one who coined it. And
sorry, I said Booker T.
Yeah, it's okay. I knew who you meant.
Thank you.
He said I don't want to say he hated Zora Neale Hurston, because he didn't feel like Zora Neale Hurston was worthy, because she wrote in dialect, and some other writers he didn't feel were worthy to be considered part of this talented 10th. And I'm like, who do you get? I've never liked W.E.B. Du Bois, so
I don't think a lot of people do.
Y'all can come for me. Those that like him and respect him,
they coming for you.
Oh, I don't even read that dude. I don't like him.
Okay. That's okay. My opinion, I'm entitled to one. So when I was young, when I was first starting college, and I had to read Their Eyes Were Watching God, I didn't get it because it was written in dialect. I got it because my grandmother read it to me. And I was like, oh, I was enlightened. And I love Zora Neale Hurston. And when I had to read The Souls of Black Folk and about the Talented 10, I was like, really, dude? how do you get to say what is acceptable and what is not acceptable? And I just that just bothers me about even today when people are saying, oh, when you're talking about AAVE, how do you tell me the way that I speak is wrong?
I would say in regards to the book, I both agree and disagree with that. It's not, for me, or to me, Zati choosing not to share that painful history wasn't done out of a selfishness or elitism. These were her children or their children.
Yeah,
and a lot of the things that parents keep from us, and this is normal, this isn't just about it or elitism, is that they think they know what will be best, which is why a lot of us can't unlearn trauma to begin with. It's because they hold all of that back to make sure that we're healthy, happy, and have a supposedly good life. And when they think that we're ready to hear something, they'll give you a watered down version of it because they still think of you as their child and they don't want to hurt you. So I think what it was is that, like, saying that I don't want everyone to have this. I just want to pass it down to this one person. It's the same as I'm putting this burden onto, we'll say, the firstborn child, so that the other children don't have to deal with this. And then you have Yetu, who was born with a sensitivity and supposedly the talent to take the history, forced onto this so that everyone else, all the siblings and stuff, don't have to deal with it. And I've noticed that a lot in Black families is that they'll pick the one child, the quote unquote favorite, or the one that's most like them, to impart this on and be like, don't tell your sisters, your job to protect your siblings, your family, your, like, everyone else. Don't tell anybody. This is the thing that I'm passed on to you so that you can watch over them, instead of identifying the fact that these are individual people and that it can hurt them just as by knowing, and no one else knowing, just as much as it hurts the others by not knowing. And that's what I thought. That's what I felt like. That felt like Black families having a family secret with anyone else, letting everyone be ignorant. It's going to hurt the person who knows it always. But in the long run, it hurts the whole, especially when it comes out, like we get to abandoning them because she couldn't take the family secret. That's what I got out of that area. It didn't feel like trying, like, an elitism or trying to control anything. It felt like I'm doing what I feel is best for my children and keeping this from them. Except in the long run, again, generations down, it messes up the whole family because the one who was forced to handle the family secret couldn't handle the family secret.
Yeah.
So
I think I could definitely see it as both ways.
Yeah, I can see it both ways.
Yeah, I can see it both ways.
Versus impact come into the conversation.
Say it again, Brie.
I said that's when intent versus impact comes into the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's very true. It's like a question of, like, is that your right to make the decision? But to me, it didn't seem like they got any control of it. Like, because right, so they started ignoring, like, Basham, the historian and stuff. So it's not like they necessarily always had, like, an advantage or a power with being an historian. Mm-hmm. I kind of saw it as, like, a similar to her, like a misplaced, like, protective thing that wasn't really good.
I guess for me, and once again, it's amazing when you have these discussions with others and you see how your own personal experiences start to dictate how you see stuff. I guess for me, I saw that frustration of someone making those decisions or someone deciding to withhold knowledge, because I've seen that happen in the Black community, where because someone has been blessed enough to receive this knowledge or this information, they then get on this aura of elitism, or they feel like I'm gonna withhold that from anybody else. And the interesting conversation that I've seen this in, and this is just my personal experience, I don't know if this is a general conversation, but like I said before, I went to a PWI and we had two HBCUs that were literally right around the corner, and then two other HBCUs that were about a 45-minute drive away. And, I mean, being a Black community at a PWI, you become very, very tight knit because there's only but so many people that look like you.
Yeah.
But there used to be these debates, some of them friendly, some of them not, about the elitism that would occur amongst Black students that went to a PWI and how they looked at students that went to an HBCU. We're all Black people. We're white people see us all as the same. Yeah. But within our community, there was always this perception that those of us that went to a PWI felt like because we had access to knowledge and things and we were really coding ourselves for white people that we were better than the Black students that went to HBCU because they were really secure in their Blackness. But you'd have Black students from PWI, oh, y'all are just ghetto, y'all are ratchet, y'all don't know how to, you know what I'm saying, y'all don't know how to act. And that's why I think, because I had those conversations so much in the time that I was in school, that I saw that in that section of the book. I was like, dang, that reminds me of how, like, you know, you have this kind of almost this disconnect in the Black community where we have, like, I mean, I think about it too, like wealthy Black people. Let me tell y'all something. White people teach each other how to make a come up. Okay, they pass that information around like it's damn near free biscuits on a hot Sunday type of situation. Whereas it seems like Black people, when we attain that level of wealth and status, we gatekeep it.
Yeah.
And we don't pass it around as frequently. And that's just my perspective of it.
Well, see, that's like someone who can see both sides, because I used to be that. I will say that I used to be that person that thought because I was highly intelligent, I was better. Mm-hmm. But the reason I thought that, and this is true of a lot of Black people who call themselves intelligence or higher up or higher class and stuff like that, the reason for that is the lack of acceptance of intelligence that's instilled into us by white people. The acceptance that because we are Black, all of this other stuff is a white people thing. And so they bred in us, it's either us or them. So when you have Black people to these colleges and stuff like that, the places that white people are and stuff, and experience those things, they feel confident because they're getting a perspective that they felt that they always had, and they've like, okay, I've made it. And a lot of them will go back to their families or to their friends and talk about this stuff that they have and say, like, dude, this and this and this. And they'd be like, oh, you're white now. This is who you are. Or, oh, so you're too good for us and stuff like that. The thing is, we self-perpetuate it because on both sides, you have the Black people who are disadvantaged, who never get a chance to do that things, and they have this insecurity about their own intelligence, the same way that someone who's elitist have that insecurity about their own intelligence. And so when those two things meet, you have two different perspectives warring with each other, where like, well, I worked hard, I did what I had to do to get to where I am, and I'm trying to tell you, no, you're bringing us with that white shit. Not everybody can do that, because they know that not everyone can do that. So like, you have this mismatch, you have this like canceling out of each other, because when we go back and suppose try to help, we'd be like, okay, I don't ever want to be that again. They want to bring me down. And then you have on the other side, well, I want to be like that, but I don't want to have to kowtow to white people to get there. So it's like you have these two things where you have the people who were willing to do the kowtow and to basically play the game until they didn't have to. And they're proud that they are at the point where they didn't have to. And so when they meet the people who couldn't or just chose not to play the game, they both have the insecurity. I could have done that and got here. I could have stuck to my morals and been like, you know, and stayed Black. So it's like, these are just mostly two insecurities warring with each other. That's all it is. There's a lack of acceptance that intelligence is a key thing, but it's also not everything. Just like there's there's a lack of acceptance that, yes, we need to get here, and there are certain things that do need to be sacrificed to get there. The problem is that neither one of them are doing anything to get rid of the sacrifices that have to be made. Instead of making it so that everyone can come up without having to sacrifice anything, we have the bitter because I had to sacrifice, and you have the bitter because I didn't want to sacrifice, but I'm still stuck. So having those two people meet, you get what you just described.
Mm-hmm.
People not wanting to communicate with each other because they're like, well, I did all this and therefore I'm better than this, or I chose not to do this, so I'm better than this person who like gave up their blackness to get there.
My mom calls that crabs in a barrel.
Yes, crabs in a barrel. Yep, that's exactly the phrase, crabs in a barrel. As soon as someone we climb and tear each other down to make it to the top.
Yep.
I think it always bothers me with that whole conversation, because I don't know if y'all have ever heard people say, like, smart people come from the hood too, like, I always feel like there's that misconception that and you're right, Harley, like it's a misconception on both sides, that if you're intelligent or you talk in a certain way, you've appeased the white people, or you've coded yourself to be white because you feel like it's the only way to make it. But if you stay true to yourself, it's like, oh yeah, you're ghetto fabulous, you're never gonna make it anywhere. It just
And people forget that both those things can be true. You can be true to yourself and still elevate, but they don't want to. They don't want to do that. They don't
that
want
whole conversation meeting in the middle. Yeah. That all goes back to identity too.
So
you can talk about this book for hours.
This book covered a lot of stuff.
It does.
There was something. Let's see if I can find it. That actually touched on what you just said. I should know. Silver slicing through.
Not you should have this book rehearsed and
I know, right?
and memorized.
Already know everything.
Erica, looking for it?
What'd you say, Brie?
Can I say something while you're looking for it?
Go ahead.
Okay, so you guys remember the part of the book where Yetu was surrounded by the boulders and couldn't move them.
Mm-hmm.
And Ori was like, you and I know. She didn't say this verbatim, but she was like, you and I know that you can get out of this.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So I wonder what you guys think about that in like different Black experiences like today.
It's about complacency. That's what I feel. You're comfortable.
Absolutely.
Believing that those rocks are in the way.
Mm-hmm.
This like wall around yourself. You're comfortable feeling like you can't get over that wall, knowing that if you really wanted to, you'd be gone already. And
I think there's an equal balance of barriers that are set up, that we can't, I mean, there's really nothing that we can do about those barriers. But I do think that there's a conversation worth having about complacency and not wanting to move or get out of your situation because you're used to it, and it's easier to bask in your misery than to look at your life and say, even if there are barriers in my life, what can I do to help my circumstances? Have I tried everything, or am I just complacent with where I'm at? And I think sometimes it's a tough conversation for people to have, because I think people like to say, well, this is not my fault.
Yeah.
I can't take responsibility for any of this. And that's not to say that there are not barriers for Black people, because that's the facts of life. Mm-hmm. There are barriers, but I also do feel like there are those of us sometimes that we do get comfortable in situations and we don't want to manifest anything better. But then I also see the side of, well, what are we doing to help each other manifest into better situations? Like, like I said, I work now in a predominantly Black area that's, mostly lower income. And I see the complacency sometimes. But I also feel like it's my job and my position to help people grow out of that, help them break those cycles that have continued from generation to generation. Even if it's something as small as telling a parent, like, because I could be the person that says, oh, well, I have 2 master's degrees. When you walk in my building, if you don't know what to do with yourself, well, I don't know what the hell to tell you. Mm-hmm. Or I can have a parent walk in and I can tell that they want to be in there, but they're not sure what to do. They want to help their kids, but they don't know. Or they may be stuck in the cycle of, well, I didn't have a situation where my parents were engaging with me or reading with me, so I'm what it is type of thing. Mm-hmm. And I feel like that goes back to us having that willingness to build that community and also help each other. Mm-hmm. But then I feel like there's so many buts because there's so many different scenarios. Yeah. But then also you can't help someone that doesn't want to be helped either.
Yeah.
Well, that falls back to the sorry.
Oh no, so Rox just said I felt like it was safety. So when I read that part in the book, it made me think directly of my complacency when I lived in Ukraine. A lot of times I just didn't engage, or it was just easier to live in that mindset of being complacent because literally my body and my life was on the line. If I advocated for myself, I would have been beaten, murdered, something. Like so many things happened to me living in that country. So it was just easier to just be complacent. Mm-hmm. So when I read that scene, I was like, wow, I feel seen, but also so sad.
So sad. That was like, that ties in. I don't know if y'all caught it, but I'm pretty sure you did. That ties into Yetu's ending. Mm-hmm. What Ori said right there. If you really wanted to get over those rocks, you will. Mm-hmm. The thing with Yetu is that she was so self-centered that she did consider another way of sharing the burden of her being a historian. And you notice when she got back, her first thought was, let me fix this, and then I'll figure out a way to share it. And the most important part of that was her trying to get back into that shell so that she could have time to fix it, but then her mom coming in and saying to stop it. Her mom coming in saying, stopping her from pushing herself to do this just so she could do that from them. And that's, like I was saying, that conversation of having the elitists meeting the lower level, the supposed lower level, that was where the elitists met. Mm-hmm. And the fact that her mother, who we'll say is the lower level Black folk, meeting her and saying, hey, stop it, I understand. And her understanding what it was like for them, and them actually meeting in the middle saying like, hey, you don't have to do this, let's just share it. I think that was spurred on by Ori saying like, if you really wanted things to get better,
it can be better.
Yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I kind of had a slightly different interpretation. Like, I didn't think her being in the pool was her being complacent in misery. I felt like her staying down there, like with her people as a historian, was being complacent in misery, like just kind of waiting to die. Yeah. I thought that her being in the pool was kind of like her reprieve. Like, this was like her history. Like, she's like flirting. She has a like she is not fostering everyone's memories, and this is her really only her time where she's just her, right? Like, she's not carrying this thing for everybody else, where they're not super worried about how it's like impacting her health. And like, I don't know if I saw it as selfishness that she didn't consider sharing, because I felt like she had tried so many times to share this, like even by talking with her mother and kind of been swatted down. I felt like she seemed like very resigned. Like, she was like, it's gonna be like the death of me, but like, I can't let this ruin the world. I can't let this affect people other than me, so I kind of have to go back.
Yeah.
Oh no, that's that's what I understand. I feel like it wouldn't have worked. She had resigned herself for it to like either to fix it or let it kill her. By the time she got back, which is why it was important that she got that from the other side, from her mother's side.
That was the really pivotal moment.
I thought that was like the important thing, is that like, yes, she had resigned herself to carry that burden again so that she could find a way to fix it, even if it did kill her.
Yeah.
I thought, like, I say that it was complacent. I felt like it was more like escapism. I guess complacent word. It was just like escapism. She's escaping her problems, but she finally understood that the problems weren't just going to go away just because she was in a place of okay.
Yeah.
While her people were suffering.
Mm-hmm.
And to piggyback off of you, Harley, about the escapism, there are two things that I want to say. I want to say ask about the storms that that they would. Yeah, I want to. We're going to come back to that. Yeah. And the escapism, when she left and she was trapped, or I don't even want to say she was trapped because she wasn't trapped in the pool. Just, I forgot what I was going to say.
It's something about the storms, right?
No. I was going to come back to the storms. Okay. But I was going to piggyback off of what Harley said about the escapism, and I forgot. So let's move on to the storms. I'm on my second glass, y'all.
I was going to say, are you
a tip?
I don't know that I am, but could be.
You're living your best life. That's all that matters.
I know. I need it.
Living my best life.
Yeah.
So, like, that's my anthem.
Yeah. The hurricanes, or what did they say? The rageful storms.
Yeah.
And then they said that they have the power to create these storms, and that they sunk ships and things like that. When I was reading this, before I even read the afterword, I was like, oh, are we following the slave trade here with this? That was before I even, this takes place on page 20.
Yeah.
And I was like, are we following the slave trade here? That was my first instinct. And I was telling my mother, I was like, if you notice.
Not hurricanes.
Yeah, hurricane. What did I say?
You said
no, I'm saying, are you about to go with this hurricane narrative? Yeah. Continue.
Yeah. I was like, you notice that hurricanes follow?
Always start. Yes. The slave trade. They do.
And she was like, what? And I was
yes.
like, Mama.
Yes, they do.
And I was like, you didn't know that? And she was like, no, I never made the connection.
Yes, they do.
So thanks for educating me.
Yes, they always start. They always start and move along the same. How they travel is the same path of the slave trade, and thinking about what areas they impact the most. The Caribbean and the East Coast, especially South Carolina, which had Charleston, which was one of the largest slave ports in the United States.
Yep.
And I've never heard anybody else talk about that, Erica, but it's so funny because, yes, the storms always start and they follow that path, and they destruct the same areas that they use as ports.
Yep.
Yeah. It's fun. It's funny. It's funny how that works.
Yeah. And so that's why when you said I don't know if she did any research on the but I mean, it's not like research that you have to do for this, but most people don't know that the hurricanes follow this path.
Oh, you didn't? Okay.
I
didn't either.
Yeah.
I don't know who I heard that from or where I originally. It probably was an older person in my family that talked about that. But I'll never forget the first time that I heard that with hurricanes, and I'm like, damn, pay back a bitch.
Yeah. I'm from New Orleans, and I've never heard that before.
Yeah.
This is the greatest thing I heard about it. And once again, this is going to be weird because it was from a white professor. My greatest thing said it's like they were really into meteorology and stuff like that. And it's like, no, white people are the cause of all hurricanes. And I was like, how so? It's like, okay, so you notice how it follows the slave trade, right? The reason the hurricanes are so severe is because of how badly colonialism has destroyed Africa, that it can no longer function properly in nature. And so we get these winds that brush right over what's supposed to stop them, trees, land masses, and everything. Now it's mostly desert. And with more desert that happens, the hotter it gets, which means these hot winds are brushing over the currents that traveled that brought the ships over with slaves on them and becoming hurricanes in the middle of the ocean and coming straight across to us. And it's like white people are the causes of all of the vengeance that's coming down on him. And he's like, and I think it's just poetic. And I was just like,
yeah, that's so interesting. I never knew that other people actively talked about that. Maybe because I'm right there in the pit of most hurricane paths, but I've never really heard. That's interesting, Erica. I've never really heard anybody else talk about that. I was like, I'm not gonna say. People think I'm weird.
That was great. Like when I learned that, I was like, oh my god.
Yeah,
It's interesting that you guys got that. I thought when she kept saying like, if they, keep the remembrance, their shit's gonna go down. I kept thinking like, wow, why can't, Black people have the full extent of emotions as our white counterparts get to have? Like, why can't we also be angry? Why can't we feel, all those emotions as well? So I thought maybe it was the author's way of showing us again about how much trauma we have. We can't even feel, like we have to be mindful. So that's what I thought. I didn't think of the
I think that's the most interesting part, and I don't know. Again, don't know if anyone else caught this, but I caught it too, and I thought it was an amazing commentary. Okay, so did y'all catch that this is post-apocalyptic?
Yes.
Okay,
I got that. At least.
The fact was that
I did get that.
That's me. I like it. I like it.
The last time that people decided to like basically not only colonize the land, but now they were trying to colonize the ocean for oil.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so you have Basha, our revolutionary, who was tired of the shit. He's like, we're gonna fight. And the fact that he was able to move all of them, he's like, no, I'm just gonna start and they're gonna follow. It don't matter what they think, they're gonna follow. And they did. The fact that he unified them by just being the first person to say fuck this shows what Black rage can do when applied properly.
Oh, and
they were allowed to do it as a unit together. They literally covered the world in water.
Yep.
They basically killed off humanity. We're back to fishing boats and like sticking spears in the water and stuff and going on little like rafts and stuff. And I was just like, I see what you did there.
But I think that's an important narrative. That's an important message that if Black people really build this community and unite as one group, the damage that Black people could do is astronomical. And that is
exactly.
But that to me is the fear that a lot of people have of Black people, because they know that if we ever were to build this one community, it would be unstoppable. But that's the way that we were broken down, because I feel like people already knew that. From tearing our families apart, from creating this even the concept of like, throw it in here, even the concept of like colorism.
Yes.
By trying to create this divide of, oh, well, if you're light skinned, I'm going to put you in the house. If you're dark skinned, I'm going to put you in the field. And I'm going to create this conflict within your own people, because I know that if y'all ever get it together and y'all ever like just one unit, we're screwed. I think people know that. Y'all are, if you talk about some destruction, so like we would take the world by storm.
And I tell my mom and friends of mine, I said, if Black people just stop buying, like
yes, if we didn't, we may not retain wealth the way people think, but the spending comes from Black people. If we took all that money out of white industry and white business and threw it into nothing but Black business, fucking crumble.
Yep.
That'd be it.
Black people are the ones that spend the most.
Yes.
And we are the ones that have the least amount of wealth.
Yes. Yes.
And if we took that, like you said, Ashley, and put that into Black-owned businesses,
it's a done deal. It's a done deal.
But
That's where it's like,
on Mac,
oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Mac would die. Apple would die. I'd be sad. It would die.
That's the thing, though. We did do that. It's not that we didn't think of it. We did. We've done it several times.
And
we always get screwed over, though. We've been bombed. We've been rioted on. We've been lynched. Anytime we get a leg up, somebody was always there to say, "Hey, get back down there. What are you doing?"
But yeah, but that's the part. But that, I feel like that's a part of the narrative, though. That's that constant, because people have that knowledge that they know that. I mean, think about Black Wall Street, like you're saying.
Yeah.
Black Wall Street existed.
Yeah.
I mean, you want to talk about the epitome of Black wealth and Black entrepreneurship. And as soon as that happens, of course, somebody's going to tear it down, because people know, the same way that education is gate, like there's a gate for us when it comes to education, because they know that if we have that access to knowledge the same way that everyone else does, it's a wrap. It is a wrap. It is not that I don't feel like Black people, and maybe I should rephrase the way I say it, is that I don't think that Black people are incapable of doing it, because like you said, Harley, we have done it before. Yes. But there are others who don't want to see that happen. So there's always that factor of, once we get it together, who's going to try to destroy it, or what has been coded in our minds as being normal, which is not normal. And I always go back to colorism, because I feel like that in itself is just one of the hugest things in the Black community. Like, that disparity between the shades of our skin, which didn't exist. It didn't exist before colonialism.
And I would say that exists because white people not only invented, and this is going to sound really weird, but stick with me. White people invented Blackness and whiteness. Mm-hmm. And race. So when they invented whiteness, they got to set the standard of what whiteness was. And I don't know if you remember, but Irish people were not white.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no.
Mm-hmm. But the moment that they realized, oh, these mofos look like us, we better dial it back. You have the same thing with biracial people. They quote unquote look too much like them to allow them to be treated completely like slaves. So they gave them a slight one up, and also taught them, okay, you're better than this. You're better than them. We'll give you that elitism. So I need your help to control them, because they are beneath you. And it's always, and with the mentality, better to be in the house than being beaten in the field.
Yep.
So of course they stuck to that conditioning. And then we stuck to the conditioning that this person who is lighter than us, who's only just this much enough like us, cannot be trusted. Mm-hmm. Because of the condition that they are given. So you condition them against each other, and it's going to stick. And it's just the same with seeing mixed children who aren't just biracial, but they're mixed with several different things. And as long as they look enough like white, they're considered white passing, and that causes people on both sides to absolutely hate them. Because you have the Black people like, you don't understand, you have this privilege and this and that. And then you have the white people be like, yeah, you think you love one of us, but you're not.
Yeah, because no matter how white you are, you still Black.
Exactly.
Yeah. No matter how white you look, you still are Black at the end of the day.
And we still hold true to that, what, 1/8?
1/5?
Or whatever drop of blood you have, that means
We still hold to that.
Yeah.
My dad, who grew up in South Carolina, who's dark skinned, said he remembers that his teachers would pay more attention to the light-skinned Black folks than to the darker-skinned Black folks. They would give the lighter-skinned Black folks more opportunities, more this, more that, whereas the darker-skinned Black people were And this came from Black teachers, by the way.
I know.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they literally helped to hold down or try to hold down the darker skinned Black people because of how they were conditioned. And it goes back to slavery, as we all know. It goes back to slavery. And I mean, we've all benefited or not benefited based on the coloration of our skin, how light or how dark we are. We've all experienced that, and that's just, I hate to say it, but it is now so coded in our DNA that we can't. That I don't want to say that we can't, because we can. We just kind of choose not to get over it, and we put on blinders. But we know that we're going to, and we talked about this in our booktube town hall, Ashley, that darker skinned people in the in the booktube community get less views than our lighter skinned counterparts.
They do.
So we're not gonna rehash that, but that's just the simple fact of the matter, and it's not going to change until we change our mindset. And when that will be, who knows?
That will have to be whenever people stop searching for familiarity in skin color and features and start searching for familiarity in the way people think. And that's the thing. Everyone watches those light-skinned booktubers because they see something familiar. They see the lightness, or sometimes the European features, sometimes the light eyes, sometimes the loose curly hair. And they'd be like, I am capable of having that, or I've seen a white person who has that. This is familiar to me. And then they see somebody like us, natural hair, braids, stuff like that, darker skin, and they're like, this is other. I probably won't understand any of what they're saying, even though they're saying the exact same things that they're saying. And this is going to be weird. This is a weird story. The weirdest part of me that is not Black that I have benefited from is my high cheekbones. And I'll tell you why. This is going to be weird. Because I have a point, I promise. My elementary teacher, and I can't forget this because it was so singular. I had an elementary teacher in 5th grade who paid so close attention to the little high yellow girl. That's what she would call her. It was okay to say that back then for some reason and not get fired, and I don't know how. But
say it now.
I know, say it now. But like, it's like the little high yellow girl, she's this and this, and she's so intelligent and stuff. And then I came in, and she was just like, oh my gosh, it's like, your cheekbones are so pretty, and your skin, you have such a pretty red tone. What are you mixed with?
Not you looking at your undertone, not you mixed with something else.
Because obviously I'm not Black, and therefore I can be saved. That's the mentality.
Oh, sorry.
And that is part of the reason, like, you see, but they're not looking for that. They're looking for familiarity. So they're looking for something that sets me apart from my Blackness. And that's why, and I really believe this, that's why I got the majority of the like education and stuff I did from white people, because they saw someone who was like them, even though their skin was dark. They saw the European features, they saw the freckles, they saw stuff that was considered white. And they're like, I'm going to help this person because they're obviously one of the good ones. And then the moment I started to learn to talk like them, that was it. I had a free ride all the way through. Yeah.
Do you think tokenism play a role in that at all?
Hell yeah, tokenism.
Yes. It's be like, I'm dark enough to say that I'm helping this poor Black child, but I'm European or white enough to not feel like they're wasting their time.
Jesus.
And that's the
true part of it. So true. It's crazy. It's crazy, but it's true.
It's everything. Anything to do with Blackness, the bone structure, the way we look, our eye color, the way our hair comes out and stuff like that. It's not just that. It's just the fact that we have something that's familiar to whiteness for them.
And the sad part about it is, from how, whenever that was, and nothing changed.
Yeah. I was a kid in the 90s. Like I was that kid.
No.
I just heard High Yellow like a week ago. I was like, that's what they say. Look, still saying it.
Wait, what'd you say, Bree?
I said, I just heard High Yellow the other day.
That's a damn shame.
I don't think I'm coming from Louisiana because I'm not. But also perpetuated on the Black side as well. Because the thing about this history in Louisiana is that the paper bag rule.
Well, paper bag test.
It's also like the red bone thing. Like,
Deidre, don't make me call your organization out for using the paper bag test.
No,
and
the sorority.
That was the worst part about meeting my Louisiana relatives. They loved my sisters because they were half and half. For me, they hated my guts no matter how intelligent I was, no matter what I was doing better than them, no matter like how good my grades were or anything. They were like, she's not as pretty as her sisters. She's not going to get anywhere.
I will say that is common. I wouldn't generalize it, and I know you're not generalizing it, but like I do, like for example, since I'm not trying to get personal, but I have to a little bit to get you to understand the story. So my best friend, I've been knowing her since I was 3, so over 25 years. I've known her. She is light skinned. She's a very light skinned Black girl, and growing up with her was a struggle. But she will whoop your ass though over me any time of the day, which is why big ups to her. But on the other side, like it was just hard being her friend and being around her because people would never see me. I was always like her friend, not, like, oh, you're going to get your friend, or people would literally be like, where your red bone friend at? And I'm like, for real? Or people,
I've been there.
Or literally men would flirt with me just so they can get to her. Like she was the goal. I was the goal. So I was like, damn, that's how y'all feel? That girl over here, melanin, just chilling.
But listen, I'm not going to get into this conversation about Black men and how they treat those of us that don't, because I feel like that's a whole different conversation, and that hurts feelings about how Black men treat Black women when it comes to stuff like that.
That's another conditioning conversation.
That's a whole different conversation. But I was talking about Deidre, in my experience, Bree, like Deidre, sorry girl, I'm calling you out. So Deidre's an AKA and I'm a Delta. And it's so interesting in my experience in college, like the Deltas were always darker skin. We were always considered more hood, more ratchet, but the AKAs were always light skin, really, really prissy, long hair, whereas we were like always natural, rocking fros, whatever. And it's so interesting that even internally, like stuff like that is you were joining organizations, and I know this is a thing of the past, but it still happens now. I mean, I crossed in 2012, and even joining a Black letter organization, a sorority or fraternity, your complexion was taken into consideration. I mean, you see crossings in organizations now, but those stereotypes still follow those organizations now. Like, and it's crazy to me that I would have to deal with Black men who preferred AKAs not because of their personality or because they brought something to the table, but because they knew that they not probably were going to end up with a light-skinned girl with a certain texture of hair. And it just, I'm not salty. I got to keep telling myself I'm not salty about it. But even in that dynamic for me, it's very interesting, even in the world of relationships and dating, how that internalized racism is perpetuated and how Black women are not respected as much as they should be, because those who have a certain hair texture or a certain color of skin are valued more than those of us who literally cannot help the way that we look. Like, you know,
that's part of that
crazy.
That whole condition.
There were some deltas after me when I was in grad school.
Come on, Bree. It's always grad chapter.
Huh?
It's always grad chapter. Boo.
No, they were rude to me. So no. They were rude.
They were rude.
I'm not doing that.
They're not my sisters.
My aunt says,
I'm Bree Phi Delta myself. Hello.
Not you a GDI and proud.
my aunt and my mom gets on her all the time. She was like, "Oh, she has good hair." They're like, "Oh Jesus, good hair. All hair is good hair."
Yes.
And my mom gets on her all the time about saying stuff like that. And she's like, "What do you mean?" That's her sister. "What do you mean she has good hair?"
Not Becky with the good hair.
Yeah, Becky with the good hair. And it's just the whole internalized, like you said, you know, the light skin, good hair was up in the house, and the dark skin, bad nappy hair was in the field.
And that's like a lot to do with how the reason it's perpetuated for so long is that it has a lot to do with success. Because we believe that because you're in the house, you're more successful than us. So in the same vein, you're light skinned. If I have kids with you, they have a better chance of succeeding. Or if you're white, I have kids with you, or I have started a family with you, they have a better chance of succeeding. And I'm not saying that's true for everything, mind you, because there is genuine interracial couples and stuff like that. But it is something, there is a reason that we seek out that lightness. We're not seeking them out not only just to say like, oh, I'm in love with them or anything. The people who tend to seek out those type of people are already thinking in their head, like, if I have kids with this, they're going to succeed. They're going to be better. And I think that's a subconscious thing that we do. We're not actively thinking like, oh, I'm only dating this person so that I know that my children do better. Some people are. I'll admit that some are. But it's more subconscious. It's that we know, we put value on this because we know that our kids are going to not only be beautiful, even though that's not always the case, they're going to be beautiful, they're going to be successful, and they're going to be able to enter spaces that we can't. There's always this idea that lighter skinned people are more intelligent. And it's not that they're more intelligent or smarter biologically, it's that they're given more opportunity to become intelligent.
Yeah.
Have you
said it's not always the case?
It's not always the case, but like the majority of the issues within colorism all have to do with the standard that white people set of success.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Have you seen the stats on like the convictions and stuff based on skin color?
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
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 Basically, how skin color affects convictions for crimes. Basically, the darker skinned you are, the more like you are convicted and with like heavier penalties.
I definitely seen that when I did that work, which I will never do again. But
you used to do legal work?
I used to work in a prison.
Mm-hmm.
This is, actually, that's another story. The fact that like when dealing with the prison system, because of your like darker skin, they assume you've already been here, and so they don't always explain everything. And I'll give you an example, which once again, my experience. Actually, this is very recent. So, I had a warrant I didn't know about.
Oh shoot, Harley.
The reason I had a warrant I didn't know about is because in 2007, I got into a fight with my best friend's mom. And these are the exact words I used. I called her an ignorant pig sow. She told them, I was a weirdo. She told them that I cursed her out and called her all kinds of stuff. So I got an offense for language. The DA who dealt with this said that because I had never been in trouble.
Wait, we can't call.
Wait. Before you continue the story, hold up. We got to stop you right there.
Oh my gosh!
You telling me that you got an offense because of what?
It's an ordinance under disturbing the peace, use of offensive language in public.
What in the caucasity are you talking about?
No.
My ass would have been in jail plenty of times.
I was like 19.
Texas?
Texas, yeah.
I see. That's why I don't go to Texas.
Oh yeah, see them in Texas.
I told you. So the thing is, you can have freedom of speech. You can say whatever you want to. It's just that there's consequences sometimes, and that is one of the consequences.
That is not freedom of speech.
I know.
Wait, hold up. What you called her a pig stout?
A pig sow, meaning a pig that is used specifically for breeding.
Oh, okay.
I had some like really high brain insults back in the day. I did. So she couldn't repeat that. She can repeat that. So she basically told us, she cursed me out. Like, it's basically, I don't know what she said, but it was messed up. So I'm just going to say she said this and this. So I went to the DA and he told me at the time that since this is your first offense, it's not even a big deal. All you got to do is just stay away from her for 6 months. And it will dismiss all of it. Okay. What he didn't tell me, and the lady who I talked to on the phone said this because she was Black as well. She was like, yeah, about that. It's just like, he probably didn't tell you because he assumed you had been here before. And I was like, why would he assume that? She was just like, it was like, so he thought that you knew how it works. What you were supposed to do is he was supposed to pay a probationary fee for those 6 months. And since you didn't pay it, that's why you're in trouble. And I was like, okay, we're just going to go ahead and get it dismissed. It's fine because it's been like 10 freaking years. Yeah, it was a 10-year-old warrant. I didn't know I had.
Not hardly had a warrant out. Thugga.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, you shouldn't worry about the things I got caught doing. Worry about the things I haven't got caught doing. So...
I'll never forget the time that I had a cop tell me, and we off on such a damn tangent. But I'll never forget that I had a cop tell me that he was gonna treat me the way that they treated what's his name, y'all? L.A. Rodney King. I said, really? And then he said to me, what do I need to speak? English, French, Swahili? I said, you know what? Let me take my Black ass out of here before I really get locked up.
I break out the handcuffs.
Me and the cops don't get along, y'all. Me and police officers, we do not mix. We're like oil and water.
That's the worst part.
I remember I got pulled over by county police, and then I got pulled over by Capitol Hill police. I live in the DC area. So
not y'all thugging.
Yeah. They both mispronounced my name. And
her name is fucking Erica.
Yeah.
What were they saying? Eureka?
Bro, what?
Eureka?
And I'm like, excuse me? I'm like, who are you talking? And I'm like looking around in my car. I'm like, who are you talking to?
You have a regular ass name.
That you got a regular ass name.
Say, yo, Maria, come here. Let me holler.
Who are you talking to? I talk back. I'm a talker backer. And they're like, and they both looked at me, and the county police officer, I was like, I don't know who you're talking to. So I'm the only one in my car.
Erica, you gonna get locked up.
It was like you, and I was like, nope, you sure are not, because that is not my name.
But I don't blame you.
And so he went back to his car, and he said, well, I'm just going to give you a warning. And I was like, well, you shouldn't even have pulled me over to begin with. Like,
Erica was trying to go to jail. That's the problem. Erica was trying to get locked up.
I was like, no, sir. This is I don't care.
No, I remember one time this cop called me. He was like, there's a warrant for your arrest. I said, well, who?
Wait, hold on, pause. Why so many of y'all listen, I done fought in the club and all this stuff, and I ain't never been locked up. How y'all running around with warrants?
Let me tell you. So long story short, he was like, I have a warrant out for you. I need you to come to this place, or we will come find you. And long story short, it was on the day that my stepfather passed. So I was just like, the fuck? And then he was like, yeah, you know, I have this woman here, Karen, who said that you kidnapped her kid. And I was like,
what?
And then he was like, well, we need you to come. So then her mom calls me and she goes, oh my God, Bree, I mean, my sister said she saw you at the mall 3 weeks ago, and you saw our daughter who's biracial, who I used to braid her hair. And she said that she saw you and she didn't recognize you, so she gave me your number today. I asked the little bitch to give her the number when I first saw her. And she asked her to give her the number. She gave me your number today, and I'm just wondering if you took her. Because if you took her, please bring her back. I'm like, I'm in Wisconsin, ho. What do you think?
That was demonetized.
So then she calls back and she goes, oh, I'm sorry. No, she didn't even say I'm sorry. She goes, oh, they found her. She was just on the bus laying down and they couldn't see her. I said, you raggedy dog. Don't you ever call me again.
No, say what you meant to say. You don't call her a raggedy bitch.
That's what I say, you raggedy bitch.
At her like I'm ready to square up with her. I lying.
Not y'all done had warrants. Chloe, you got a warrant out there.
Shit. The bad part about it is that I didn't even know it was a thing until way later. That was the worst part. It's like, and that's the worst part of it. It's like they treat us like that in the court system. We're automatically guilty. But I've seen people of lighter skin just be like, oh, okay, this is your first time.
Oh yeah.
And I'm just like,
come on now. Let's talk about how Dylan, whatever his name is.
We're not gonna even listen. I don't even want to hear.
I mean, so the lighter you are, you get to go to McDonald's.
That was some bullshit.
I agree. But
I wish I could.
If you are my skin complexion, you do the same thing. You may 9 times out of 10 or 99% of the time, you're not gonna make it out alive. So
I called a woman a pig sow and got a $1,500 fine.
You know what? I would have gone back and called her.
I would have gone back and cussed her ass out. Because if I had to pay $1,500, I would have went back and cussed her ass out. Just for that.
Everything but the 12 disciples, I ain't lying.
I would have called her everything but a child of God.
Everything but
a child of God.
That's all I could think about. I was like, I should have just beat her ass if I was going to throw through all this trouble. Shoot, I should have just
You should have beat her ass and then said, okay, charge me now.
It was worth the $1,500.
You should have told her, those that fine get something on their behind. Corinne. That's what you should have told her.
See, that's one of the things. It's like, I'm super peaceful. That is the worst I would do to someone. You realize how upset you have to make me break out in handcuffs.
But that's the book. Why can't we be angry? Why can't we be upset?
But that's true. But that's connected to that book, though. It's amazing. Always connect back to that book. It's crazy as hell, but it does. Yeah. Why can't we be angry?
And the worst part is that a lot of us are incapable of being able to be angry because we've bit our tongue for so long that we're naturally conditioned to be like, you know what, I ain't even bothered.
That's true, though. But that is true.
And that was one of the things in the book about her not being able to. We talked about this already, about her not being able to speak her piece.
Yeah,
because it was not. No one was listening.
Exactly.
No one understood what she was going through. And that's very, very poignant about what we as Black people talk about even right now, what we're talking about right now, what we're going through. And people want to dismiss it. And we even said, it's not your apology to accept. So why are you accepting the apology?
We're not going to talk about
I'm
that.
generalizing.
Trigger. This is a fucking trigger.
I know.
Because that shit is a trigger. Y'all know that's a trigger for me.
Yeah, but this is what we talk about. It is not for you to say how I'm feeling is right or wrong. All you need to do is just listen.
Shut up and listen.
Yeah, that's all you need to do. I don't need you to do anything else. We talk about all the time, like how men are conditioned to fix things. I don't need you to fix nothing. I just need you to listen.
Mm-hmm.
Just listen.
Mm-hmm.
As my mama always say, hold on, ho. Hold on.
That's your mama talking about hold on, ho.
My mama. Every time. That means shut up to her. Hold on, ho.
See, that was like something that my grandmother used to do. Not my grandmother on my mom's side, but on my dad's side, Louisiana, was just anytime that I got ready to say something while she was talking, say, hey, go get me a cold water. And I'm like, okay, because I got to go do it. That means I can't say shit. It's like you're not listening. Obviously, you need something to do so that you can shut up for a minute.
Yep.
This right here. How you got my apology in your hands when it ain't even addressed to you?
That's right, Brittany.
I'm not going to. I can't go into it because
when you're used to being in control all the time, you feel like you can speak for everybody else because you think you know everything. Pikachu know everything.
Gotta catch them all.
It's like, oh, so you think you know everything? It's like, no, I get this because I understand how this person feels, and I understand that their apology is genuine. You may not understand, so I'm accepting on your behalf because I understand that they're being genuine about it. And it's just like,
fix it, Jesus.
Jesus.
I have to admit, and all the times that things have been done, no one in my presence has ever accepted an apology on my behalf. I think they knew.
Oh, it happens a lot around these parts, though.
I think
they love to accept apologies that don't belong to us.
Yeah, I think they knew if they did that it was all hell was gonna break loose.
I think my favorite thing was when I was again in school to show you the entitlement of white people, especially in Texas where they make white people.
Not in the factory. Not flour.
It's time for y'all to go to sleep. It's time for y'all to go to sleep.
They making them down there.
The thing is that I'll say something, have someone say something to me, and the first thing you do is you have this white person who is older and wiser and knows this person says like, well, they didn't mean it, so it's okay. It's good that you apologize. And I'm standing right there, and I was like, so then I end up fighting, and I got in trouble.
That's why you got that warrant.
But I didn't know that apology because I knew this was. See, the thing is that when you're friends with somebody, you're blind. You don't know. You don't know what they're like to other people. So then this person decided, like, see, all I got to do is do this, and you stay in trouble, and I don't. And I was like, well, if I'm going to stay in trouble, I'm just going to beat your ass.
See, that's why Harley got. See, Harley said that she listen. Let me tell y'all something. Harley just said, I'm peaceful. Now Harley's talking about she willing to beat somebody's ass. That's why Harley has that warrant.
But that's one of my hard triggers, and I feel like a lot of Black people have this trigger.
Not sorry, Harley. Go ahead, because I'm about to come for Bree real quick.
Tell me how I feel. The moment you tell me how I feel, I go from 0 to prison.
Harley is not passive. That was a lie.
You just don't say, I understand that you're offended. All right. But okay, so maybe I'm not passive, but I've learned not to get physical.
Jesus is still working on me. Jesus is still working on me.
It's just like
I'm quick to snatch somebody up. So that's why I said all this talking that people do. If I see you in real life, I'm throwing hands on sight. Somebody have my bail money ready.
Right. Because like beating them up proved a point, and that's why I stopped doing that. It proved the point that I am violent and that I'm quick to curse you out or say anything like that. So I found another way to deal with it, and that's psychological wounding. I will touch on all your insecurities and make you feel like crap until you eventually just stop associating with me.
The opposite.
Because I observe
you don't know to leave me alone.
That's the thing. They don't. The thing is, the problem is that they think that because they can get away with it, they can get you into trouble. If you decide to beat their ass, they think that there's no consequences. The thing is, I show them that there is consequences because people don't always respond to getting their ass beat. What they do respond to is knowing something about themselves. The moment that you tell them about themselves, you have basically dug up everything that they've thought about and the reason why they feel the need to say shit to you. And the moment that you may force them to confront that against their will, they suddenly leave you alone because they're just like, I don't even want to know.
Somebody said,
the Lord is still working.
Ashley, somebody said, go fund me.
Listen, the Lord is still working on my spirit.
And
one day I will get there. I will learn to use my words, but I ain't there yet.
You trying to come at me for what?
Yeah, I'm coming at you talking about putting them paws on them.
And the Ori of conflict resolution. You have to learn to hold both these sides in tension. Yeah. Live in the gray.
Not live in the gray.
You know, Luke 3:7 says, those who live in the gray, it's gonna be a day. That's what Luke 3:7 says.
So everybody watching needs to look up Luke. What'd you say?
Luke 3:7.
3:7. Everybody look up Luke 3:7. I'm a minister kid. I don't know what Luke 3:7 is.
I'm trying to tell you. Not the preacher kid don't know the verses.
Oh Lord.
Listen.
I'm gonna be honest. Because I'll be honest. I don't.
You brood of vipers? Is that
I don't know, but I do know why.
My teacher talking about Uncle Luke. Uncle Luke.
But that's the main thing is that like that's how I was forced to condition myself as a Black person. Is that I grew up with people expecting me to be ignorant and violent and everything else. So after a while, you just stop talking and trying to prove them wrong and just cut them in their throat the minute that they talk to you. And what I mean,
you and your mama ain't shit. That's what she said.
We are. You are not a violent person.
That's the thing.
Talking about cutting them in their throat.
Listen. Harley said, I'm passive, but I will cut a bitch's throat.
I'm not physically violent, but also know that and I've told this to Ashley, I watch everyone. I watch what they do, I watch how they think, and I watch what they say. Because at some point, I know you're going to come for me.
And you want to be prepared.
As long as you don't come for me, if I see what type of person you are, I'm like, that type of person is probably going to come for me. Let me keep an eye on them. And that's the thing. I'll learn everything about that. It's not really stalking, it's more so seeing the pattern of behavior.
Yeah. Sister Nene Leak said, don't come for me.
Come for me and let's send for you. Yes. Amen. Don't come for me.
Don't come for me.
For you.
See, that's what
Luke 3:7 says. I said
what I said.
Amen. Come on.
Oh no, honey, I'm not
but I know the word.
I'm a Gemini.
Same.
I'm the worst sign. I'm a Gemini.
Same.
Which means I will sit on the fence until you bother me.
Hey.
And then when you bother me, we have a problem.
All right, y'all. We've been going for 2 hours and 46 minutes. Do we have any questions from anybody in the comments?
There was a good question about the whale.
Oh, right. I come back to that.
Where was the question?
It was like,
what was the significance of the whale in the story? And I think...
Well, if we're talking about Moby Dick.
I don't think it was.
I don't think there was a significance in here. Just that the whale had the pups.
Yeah.
And was protecting the pups. But if we go to talk about Herman Melville, then we can.
Oh boy. Dead white man.
I'm just saying.
Obsession with a whale.
Yeah.
Okay.
What I tell you?
I
The way that black folks are judged for stuff, though, I just think about some stuff like.
I will say, I think that at some point it would be cool to have a discussion as black people about how white people use symbolism in their literature.
That's
to
what
show
Toni
how-
Morrison talks about.
Oh wow!
So that's what?
That's what Toni Morrison talked about in The Source of Self-Regard.
Yeah. Oh God, you read that too?
I mean, we've been going at this for almost 3 hours, and that would have to definitely be a multi
It would.
discussion thing.
It would be like, you could always read a couple of chapters discussing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that would be a good thing to do, to have a black perspective on like white literature. Is there a difference in black perspective?
I think it's the way that black people use symbolism and the way that white people use symbolism.
Because I will say, in person who interacts with both classical white literature and classical black literature, white people, when they write that sort of thing, they speak from a place of power, not particularly privilege, because the majority of the authors who have classics were not privileged at the time of their writing. They were pretty much like, most of them were poor. But they speak from a place of power in which there is a sense of control in most of their narratives, or the fear of a lack of control in most of their narratives. Versus with black people, the lack of control is always there. There's never a sense of power anywhere in there. Mm-hmm. So if you have, i.e. us, a bunch of black people reading white literature and stuff like that and saying like our perspective on it, you'll actually hear something completely different than what a white person will see in.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hey, Josh.
Oh dear.
I'm sorry, Harley. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, this is between you and Chloe, right?
Yeah, my vote's for Unkindness of Ghosts, but that's just
that's me too. They do have a short story. Ooh.
Oh, blood's another word for hunger.
Yeah, that's a good short story. Takes all of what, like 15 minutes to read, maybe a half hour, depending on your reading speed. But definitely, if you want to talk about novels, I would say go with Chloe and say Unkindness of Ghosts.
I want to read that now. Like I want
to. Yeah, you better.
It's on my book club next month if you want to be a part of it.
You doing what?
I said it's for my book club next month.
What book club?
I have a book club with my best friend.
He's like, what book club?
It's just,
I mean, I want to turn this
into a trip. Erica's a trip, man. Erica is a trip.
I know you over there drunk and you drank that whole
I am I'm not even tipsy.
Erica.
Yes, Chloe.
It feels like an opinion you're having here.
What glass are you on?
12.
2.
Not who said 12?
I don't
know. You ain't shit, Brie.
This question here is saying that do you feel that Black lit is more harshly rated on Goodreads? I will say I don't think it's more harshly. I think it's unfairly, because you have people who do not have the experience reading it, and they're either unfairly giving it high marks or
because they feel guilty.
Low. And it's not about the book; it's doing a disservice to the creative media that it is. So it's not that it's more harshly; it's that it's unfairly, because they're looking only at the author; they're not looking at the work.
Yes, I think people are fearful of giving own voices, books, low ratings, which to me is mind-boggling, because you can critique character development, plot development, pacing and stuff like that. You can critique the actual essence of the writing without critiquing the cultural significance of the book, which is valid in my opinion. That is a valid argument. But I think, like Harley said, giving an Own Voices book 5 stars because it's like, oh shit, well, it's by a person of color, so I'm going to give it 5 stars, is as much as a disservice as giving it 2 stars because you couldn't understand the cultural significance.
And
I think there's such an important conversation behind close reading and analytical reading. And I know that there's been this whole discussion about it, and I don't hold any either or to a higher regard. Like I read for fun and I read analytically, but I think sometimes when you are reading outside of your when you're reading outside of your group or whatever bracket you fit into, whatever, I'm not finding the right words for it. I think it is important that that analysis, that analytical thought process comes into play, because it's an important way to review a book. And that's just my opinion. I don't know if anybody else feels that way.
I think you're spot on, Ashley, because when I review an Own Voices book, and even if I don't completely understand the cultural aspects of it, that I always try to look at it as character or something else that I can perhaps relate to. And I think that's important, because when we start delving into or looking at culture and we don't have anything to do with it, or we don't fully understand it, then we do the book and the author a disservice.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it is important that we look at it from different perspectives than what we are comfortable with. So we don't say, "Oh, I couldn't relate to it."
Mm-hmm.
Because there is something in there that you can relate to. I wholeheartedly.
It's not even elusive. That's the worst part. You can relate to everything in a book as long as you don't think about the fact that they're Black. But that's what they're thinking about. They're thinking about, this is not my culture, and therefore there's automatically going to be strangers. Instead of thinking about the stuff that they can relate to, the stuff that's similar, they only think about the fact that this is not my culture. This is something alien to me.
So like a mental robot within.
Yeah. Can you touch on the Black trauma porn was prevailed on how you two communicated the memories by screaming?
I mean, I think that's just saying that I didn't have the energy for it, you know? Like, I don't feel like dressing this up into a learning opportunity. I don't want to make this into something for anyone else. I just feel terrible, and I'm just going to express how I feel rapidly, you know, by screaming in a way that's not going to be enjoyable to you, because it's not enjoyable to me.
Exactly. I agree with that.
And again, I mean, people have their own way of expressing or communicating. So
I think with that, this is a good commentary, because I love this part of the book. I think the thing about it that all of the historians were doing, as far as like Basha not wanting to turning it into a performance, and Yetu not wanting to do it at all because it was painful, and so she just screamed out her trauma and stuff like that. And then by the end, they learned to share it. I think that was a commentary on storytelling among Black people. Because instead of saying all of the vicious and worst parts of everything, you frame it as a story so that everyone can compartmentalize and basically think about it and take in the way that their minds can handle, which has always been the point of storytelling in Africa, is to like take the story and take what you need from it. There's no set way to absorb this, versus just screaming it at people in a way to where they forget who they are and they can't take it in the way that they need to. All they're focusing on is the pain.
Yeah.
And I thought that was neat, because when you had Zati, when they first do it, it's like, I'm not going to share this. You had Basha, who's like, I'm not going to keep sharing this every year and turning this into a performance. This is trauma and this pain.
Yeah.
And you have is like, I don't want to deal with this. But by the end, it feels like if they did have another historian, it would be one that would share it. This is us and this is our history, instead of forcing it onto them every year and then expecting to just handle it.
Before we move on to the next question, I just want to piggyback off of Harley and talk about the entertainment part. a note that I made in my book was how society in general looks at Black trauma as entertainment, and how society can only relate to Black people in their trauma, and that is incorrect, because how often, we read books about Black people written by Black authors, and it is, as some people say, trauma porn. But there is a lot of we as a people, we do have a lot of Black joy, but we don't see that in media, books, movies, TV. We don't see that because that's not what sells. Only our pain sells. So and that's when she said, when Yetu said about the entertainment portion, like I said, that's what I immediately thought of. And I was like, this is so very true. And how do we correct this?
I think the worst part about that is that the reason that it sells is not about it being performance. It's that, you remember how I circled back to how white people try to find something familiar, and when they find something familiar, they cling to it. White people are familiar with our pain.
Carly, I'm sorry. I'm gonna that does not work for me.
Let me finish.
Go ahead, finish. Go ahead.
Because that's what they're used to seeing of us, and so they gravitate towards it. Be like, okay, this is my connection with learning about Black people, is learning through their pain and learning through like their history of trauma and slavery, not through the good stuff that they did and stuff. And that's the worst part, because they look for what's familiar, and what they're familiar with is us suffering through the years of them putting us at this level where we're always in a constant state of suffering. That's what they know of us, because that's what they think that we are, is our suffering. And that's what
and I'm going to say this, because that's what they know. That is another way,
yes,
of holding us or keeping your thumb on someone.
Exactly. Yes.
Because if you can't see see Black joy, then you can't see who I am or who we are as a people. So therefore we will never get any further in literature or movies or anything, because you refuse to see anything else. You refuse to see anything other than our pain. And to be perfectly honest, I don't need to read about it all the time. I don't need to see it all the time, because I am Black. I experience it
all the time
on a day-to-day basis.
Yes.
So there. I just have an issue. I have an issue with that, and it is time for everybody, authors and readers and publishers, especially publishers and editors, to step up and be like, hey, this trope is done and we need to move on. Yeah, memories, remembrance. Yeah, we need to move on. And
yes,
it'd be like, hey, so it's okay to have some Black trauma or some trauma porn. It's okay, but not every friggin' book.
Well, that's the thing. They won't allow us to move on from it. And that was the thing, that the book that I noticed, is like the fact that Yetu was not allowed to be anything else but this. It was just, she is the trauma. And that's all she's about to be. And I'll circle this back to the fact that, well, bringing it back to whiteness, and I explained this to a friend once, because they asked. And I made them feel bad, and I made them cry. I didn't care.
Oh, dang.
So,
like, Harley's not fucking passive, bro.
No, she's not.
So basically, they asked, at 12 years a slave. And I was like, because subconsciously you're assuaging yourself of the guilt of it, because you're separating yourself from your ancestors, not realizing that you are your ancestors. And what I meant by that was the fact that you are still benefiting from what your ancestors did to us. The way I described it was this metaphor. Your ancestor had the overhand stroke with the whip. You have the underhand.
Underhand. Yo. Ooh, Jesus.
The reason that crime is very disrespectful and means nothing to us is because you are going to walk out of here and go back to your life. I'm still going to be black when I leave the theater.
Blackity, blackity, black.
And that's what I told her. It's like, and it's like, you are this person. You have black friends. You have black employees. You're a manager and stuff like that. You live in a state where you are constantly on the necks of other people. You yourself are a good person, and she is. The thing is that she has no recognition of her place where she's been put by her ancestors. And so when she sees it, she's like, I hate them. I hate I hate what white people have done. I hate what my ancestors done. I hate who those people are. And it's like, and I'm like, see, you keep saying that. You're basically separating yourself from them when you are still them, because you are still in a system that perpetuates this, and you're still perpetuating this system every day that you do nothing and just exist in that privilege and do nothing with it.
White fragility. Like, something else.
And I was like, that's why you crying at 12 years a slave ain't shit. It's insulting, because you're sitting there. I'm gonna get all my guilt and my tears out. I came and watched it because what did you come and watch the movie for exactly? It's like, well, watch learn what happened. And I was like, no, you didn't. You know what happened. You know exactly what happened. We all went to the same schools. We all learned the same stuff. And not to mention, you had the same interactions with Black people. And we've watched history happen this entire time. You went there because you felt you had to go see this. Otherwise, you're not a good person. And that's all that mattered. You yourself may not be actively thinking that, but subconsciously it's you. And that's what I told her. Made her cry though. So, and I was like,
she kept crying.
It's okay. I always say tomorrow's another day. Put on your big girl and big boy pants. Tomorrow is another day.
That's what I was like, you want to be moved past this, you need to recognize that this is who you are. You can't separate the same way I can't separate from being Black, you cannot separate from being white and what got you here. And that's like that's the problem with white people. They try to separate themselves from what their ancestors did. I'm not racist. I never owned slaves. I never did anything to Black people. The thing is that you come from that. You are the result of what white people did. And a lot of them don't want to accept that.
That's the same excuse they talk about with reparations.
Oh,
40 acres.
Oh, now.
Child, we got our 40 acres and a mule, and Andrew Johnson came in and said, fuck y'all, and these 40 acres, and this mule, you ain't getting shit.
He said, I'm gonna head all the fuck way out.
I think the worst part is that I had to find out that the Confederate soldiers got freaking reparations before I did.
Child, yes, they did. Of course they did. They got paid because their property was taken away. You know what I found out today? That even Italians have been getting reparations for lynching. Yeah. And Black people still ain't got not a near coin.
Do you expect your way? Somebody, I forgot what congressman said something that they were going to look into reparations.
Child, that's a bunch of bullshit.
I know.
You can't wait on the U.S. government to do reparations.
Wasn't it not Bill? What's his name? The white man. And
which one?
Obama. What's his name?
Who?
Oh,
Biden.
There we go. He said that.
No. Okay, good luck. Because
said, "Run me my money
right now." Mitch McConnell and Lindsey Graham, they're not having it.
Y'all, let me tell you, Mitch McConnell said that he does not feel like, and it's so ironic that this conversation is happening because I'm listening to D.L. Hughley's new book, Surrender White People, which is fucking hilarious.
Oh, Lord.
He would put that title.
But listen, I'm on the section in the book now where it's talking about reparations and how Mitch McConnell had made this statement that he didn't feel like we should make reparations because we have been atoned enough, and we can't hold people responsible for something that happened hundreds of years ago, and we have elected a black president. And D.L. Hughley was like, we ain't do shit, because when Obama came into office, she was the main one talking about, we only gonna make sure this man serves one term. So who ain't nobody in Congress gonna give nobody new reparations. It could be done, because there are groups that have been given reparations. I was so shocked when I found out that the Italians had been given reparations for 11 individuals that had been lynched in Louisiana, I believe. And I'm talking about, dang, I said, so we can't get no coins yet. Ain't that some foolishness?
I think like the best thing that like proves just how racist white people are, and to still try to say that they're not and don't realize how racist it is the fact that they are so worried about what we're going to spend that money on.
You know what?
Yes.
I don't have time for that.
How you gonna tell me how to spend my money? It's the same argument when people say, oh, well, I don't think black people certain, basically black people shouldn't have food stamps because of what they buy. What is that? Why is that your business?
I want Cheerios. You want Cheerios? Period.
You say like, oh, we're not going to invest. We're going to go spend it all. My thing is like, what the fuck is the problem with us spending it? And excuse my language, but what's the problem with us spending it? That means that if we, who have the mighty power of the black dollar, have more money to spend, that helps your white ass. So why are you worried? Other than the fact that it's a bunch of black people having the same amount of money as you.
You know what? I don't even want the check. I want them to put the money back into communities, and I want to be able to get a loan the same way that people were able to get a loan. I want the same interest rates that people are able to get on a loan. I want to be able to put my money and invest it so my child has wealth. You ain't got to cut me a check, but I need to make sure that I can provide for my child the same way that white people my age who have kids can provide for their families. Like, that's all I'm saying. Now, if we really want to go back to 40 acres and a mule, and all of us were given 40 acres and a mule, we take over this damn country at this point. So that's all I'm saying.
Stolen land. So it's like,
it's not even enough land anymore. But you know what's so funny too is that he said that Mitch McConnell said that there's no way to track who's descendants of slaves and who's not. Meanwhile, Mitch McConnell's great grandfather on his father's side and his mother's side owned slaves.
Oh yeah.
Only two were not women. And they classified a group of them as mulattoes. No, so you know somebody was sleeping with somebody they had no business sleeping with. Okay? So D.L. Hughley said, if you want to know who's descendants of slaves, all that fool has to do is go to his family reunion and pass a potato salad and ask, who the fuck are your relatives?
That's so true. We can't say who all is descendant of slaves, but white people can. Do you really think that they got rid of all those ledgers, all those property sales, and all of the bookkeeping that they had to do for each and every slave that they owned?
The thing they haven't. So in my family, I'm our family historian. So I know like back to like the 1700s, early 1700s. So this white lady contacted me because she found out that her great-great-grandfather owned my great-great-grandmother.
Oh, that's awkward.
She's trying to have a conversation. I said, hold on, ho. What are we talking about?
Like, what do you even have to say to me, though?
What did she have to say to you?
Yeah.
My aunt's like, you should talk to her. I said, what? How Jesus made water? Hell no. Come out.
I just want to reach out to my former property, I guess. I don't
fuck around and have a flashback, and then
to say on behalf of the such and such family, I would like to apologize to you because we are better than that.
No, you know what she needs to do? This is the answer right here. This is the answer. Bow. Bow. That's the answer right there.
I was like, my aunt was like, why you gonna tell her hold on, hold? Because I just really felt it in my spirit at that moment. What? What are we gonna talk about? I'm gonna have a flashback and whoop your ass on sight.
I think she should have been if she knew who you were. That's the worst part. Is like, why would you contact them? That's how you get sued. Because there's a lot of people.
Her name has to be Bob.
What'd you say, Chloe?
So wasn't Benedict Cumberbatch telling on his family and how they owned slaves, and his parents
yes
do that?
Yes.
Well, I'm going to do it anyway. It's like, well, to start looking through.
I do like that he came out and said, it's like, no, them motherfuckers own slaves, and I'm just letting you know my family was fucked. And I'm just
but
like,
you know what? D.L. Hughley made a good point. He said that this shit was funny because he said Georgetown, they made reparations because they found out that the Jesuit priests, Catholic priest, y'all, was selling slaves for profit. Yes.
Okay.
So they found out that happened. The students rioted, and they went and found the 3,000 to 4,000 descendants. Of those slaves and paid them money.
Yeah.
So it ain't that hard.
Cut me my money. Cut me my check. You over here living lavish, shade in the sun. I can't have hog mogs. I can't have anything. What? Fuck out of here.
Okay, Bree, people don't know. Some people don't know what hog moss is.
Oh, no.
You got to know that. Not everybody knows what hog maw is.
Yeah.
I didn't have the energy to say it.
They can Google it.
Yeah, come on.
Not everybody knows what that is, Bree. In this conversation.
I know it is. Look, I know it is.
We know it.
Y'all, we missed that whole last question.
Google is your friend if you don't know what it means.
It was like, what was our favorite part of the book?
Oh, without spoilers?
Yeah,
without spoilers.
Yeah, without spoilers. Favorite part of the book without spoilers. Anyway, I
think
I don't know if I can give it without spoilers, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tula and Ori having the conversation about history, that was my favorite part. The fact that she thought that she found somebody who knew exactly what she felt. The thing is that it did, but it still had a difference of perspective on it. Still proving that while like everyone's individual, that every Black person is different, even if you did have the same experiences, you both compartmentalize it differently. The fact that they both like being alone, but they are lonely, but they still have different ideas of what it means to be lonely. That was my favorite part, was like when they like actually started to communicate with each other about that kind of thing.
Britt said, what y'all say? Did I lose? Oh, sorry. But I lost.
But
I know I can't give my favorite part without spoilers, so I don't want to ruin it for anybody.
Same.
Yeah, that would be. I mean, the best part, I don't know. Probably when they were talking about Ori and Yetu were talking about the gender roles. Well, not really gender roles, but yeah, gender roles, I guess. And that would probably be my favorite because because it was so much more than just sexual identity, that not everybody is the same.
That was my second favorite part.
I think one of the last questions that I saw was, what did we think of the ending?
Wouldn't that be a spoiler?
I mean, it could be like, did you like it or did you not like it, you know?
Oh.
I love the ending.
I thought it
very fitting.
I think the way it ended was cool.
Yeah. And I liked the ending. I think it ended, unlike some things. Like, we know that eventually, or I shouldn't say we know, but we got, or at least I got a feeling that Ori and Yetu would eventually couple. and there would be a continuation of something as far as births, babies, whatever. Something would continue, but how it would continue, I don't know that it's relevant. But I just felt that there was going to be a loving relationship there.
I think that what I liked about the ending is that it wasn't really an end. The end, for me, when I read it, the end came when Yetu left. That was the end of the Wajirnu, and I wouldn't be surprised if they renamed themselves after this. I felt like this was the start of something different. It's like this was a new beginning because you're bringing Ori, I guess that's her name, into this fold to gain a history, and she's bringing with her everything that was she had on the surface into that. So you have a connection, a merger of what they didn't know above ground coming down there, and what she didn't know under the sea coming up. And that felt like that would create something new, especially since they're no longer focusing so hard on their own trauma. They're sharing it as the history that it should be. And then they're going to move forward with something new, with new blood, a new origin, because you're having Ori, who is not like them, not descended from slave women being drowned. You have something completely different meeting something old. So you have the new and the old meeting and forming something brand new, basically a future, basically. So I liked that about the ending, is that you're bringing together both sides of the issue to make a better future for yourselves on both sides. So that's what I liked about the ending.
Yeah.
A side note, but as I was listening to this book, I've been slowly reading, probably like over a week now, 100 Women, and I just kept.
Oh, I still need to get to that.
I do too as well.
I've heard mixed things. How are you liking it so far?
Yeah, I like it. But I just kept seeing like so many similarities as far as like that historical trauma piece flowing through both of them. I like it when two books I'm reading is pairing well together.
Yeah.
It was a good film, especially when I take a happy accident.
Yeah.
So, like, we can, even though the message is different for each of us, we can all agree that it's not a message about remembering where you came from. That's not the point of the entire book.
No,
no, I don't think that's the point of the entire book.
Yeah, there's so in this 150 something pages, less than 160 pages, I think, there is so much in this book that remembering is just a minuscule part. Well, I don't want to say minuscule. It's an important part, but there's so many other things that are involved. And
I think that's a remembrance is the what is it? What do they call it?
Like it's a catalyst.
Catalyst.
Yeah. There we go. That's the word I was looking for. The inciting incident. There we go.
Yeah.
The
Not you being super fancy.
I know. Wait.
What? Literature crap that I learned.
Harley's talking now. She's using those great big old 13th grade words.
13. Just put the bottle of wine away. Put it away. Step away from the bottle.
Yeah, she said inciting, and I was like,
the inciting incident, like the literary mechanism to set everything off, to set you on the path to learn the message is.
Okay, mechanism. Okay, Dr. Webster.
Okay. Right. Well, go to the shelf.
Everyone stopped at the inciting incident. I feel like nobody saw anything past that moment. They'd be like, okay, that's what this is about.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, you read it too fast. That's what's wrong with you.
One of the comments said people should have, someone said they didn't understand why readers didn't go deeper than what they initially thought. So I was like, that's a good point.
It's a very good point.
Since you guys are talking about the reviews that I will not be reading. Sorry.
They piss you off. It will piss you off.
one of the worst ones. It's like the thing was just saying that, like, one, this is not fantastical enough, and this was all in the same review. I'm not going to name them. This is not fantastical enough, and it doesn't feel like the book had a point when all it is reliving Black trauma. And I was just looking at everything like,
I feel like so much of this book's about reinvention and getting past that.
Come on.
just no.
Yeah.
No. And the thing is,
you just text, hold on, ho, and that would have been it. That would have been done.
I saw her, and the thing is that
making merch. I got this like bookmark that says "Hold on, ho."
And I think I think what Bree said, you have to be in a certain mindset, and I feel like this person was in the mindset that they were like, I'm tired of reading Black trauma, and that's why I came out of that. So they didn't see anything past the Black trauma. All they saw was slave women being tossed over their ship. Their entire memory is trauma. Obviously, this is another trauma book, and I'm just like,
and I get it. I do get it. I really, truly do. But just like with an unkindness of ghosts, there is so much Black trauma in that book. But it's so much more than that. And you have to be open. You have to be willing to see what else there is. And when I did the book discussion on an unkindness of ghosts, and one of the participants, they were like, I'm sick of Black trauma. I am sick of Black trauma too. But there is so much more in the book and in the deep as well, other than Black trauma. So it is, like Harley said, using the 13th grade word, an inciting factor.
Come on.
13th grade, though.
Come on. Through the door.
To what's coming. So you have to be receptive to that. And if you're not receptive to it, then,
It's also about knowing, like, yourself as a reader. I think there are so many times somebody, like the Poppy Wars, for example. That's not Black literature, but the Poppy War, for example. I really liked the first book, but I know this right here ain't got the capacity to move on right now. I can't move on right now. We in this pandemic. I'm affected differently. So I know when we get up out of this thing, I might have to read it. But right now, it's just not in my whole spirit to really get up into that book, the second one or the third one. But I'm not going to trash it. It's just right now it's not where we need to be.
I'm not having the spoons. I don't have the spoons to read this right now.
Spoons.
That's what it's a health thing that like we've like developed. It's like when I don't have the mental capacity or I don't have the mental health to deal with something, we call it, do we have enough spoons for this? So basically,
neither have I.
Basically, I don't have enough spoons to serve everyone.
That makes sense though.
If you don't have enough spoons, we don't deal with it. So do I have enough spoons to serve everyone and myself? No, I have like one spoon right now.
But I think too, like Bree said, like knowing yourself as a reader, are you ready? For something like this? Can you give a fair judgment of something? Are you in a place where you can handle this and you can fairly judge it? And I think sometimes it's easy to pick up a book because either so many people are talking about it or you feel obligated to read it in that moment. Sometimes you're not in a place to read that book. You're not in you don't have the capacity to read it. You don't have the capacity to absorb, and that is okay. But I think that needs to be normalized in understanding yourself as a reader, that it's okay to say, not right now. Like I feel that way about Toni Morrison a lot. Like, and I've only read The Bluest Eye, y'all, and it didn't turn me off to Toni Morrison, but it was just so emotionally and mentally tough on me that I'm like, I literally have to be in a certain headspace in order to pick up anything by Morrison, because if I'm not, it's not going to happen. I tried reading Tar Baby not too long after I read The Bluest Eye, and I couldn't do it, not because the book wasn't good, but because the bluest eye had taken so much out of me that I knew ain't no way. I can't, there's no way that I can do it. Instead of me rushing to DNF and judge and write a horrible critique on a book because I wasn't in the correct headspace to read that book and judge it fairly.
Yeah, that's what I feel about The Color Purple. I'm not ready.
That's like, and that's a thing that I've noticed in the book community is that to jump on every single thing that they're not giving every book its due diligence, which is why I always push for people to read what they want to read. Because if you just because everyone else is reading it or because it's an own voices book, you have to read it. Otherwise, you're racist, because that's the mentality a lot of people have now. And or even worse, it's like I need to fill a quota, so let me get this like particular own voices book in now. And then they in and they read these books that are could not be for them or they don't have the headspace for it, and then they rush through it, give it a bad review because they weren't in the mind to sit there and to absorb it and take it in for what it is.
I agree with that. I don't believe in dictating. I don't believe in policing, and that's the librarianship in me, is that I have been trained not to censor. However, I do believe that people need to work towards getting to those points. Like, you've got to work towards diversifying your reading because the world is not as narrow as a book that you're comfortable with.
Yeah.
Do I feel like you should jump in because society is pushing you 100%? No. Because then, like you said, Harley, you end up in a situation where you're not prepared or ready, and you end up doing more damage than good because you weren't at that point yet. But I do believe it is our job to work to that level in which we become more comfortable picking up those books. I think that people do things out of fear. Even in the book community, I find that interesting that people read out of fear, because they don't want to. And I have been a huge part of the narrative too, where I'm like, y'all don't read not a damn near black book, you know. But and it's true. It's true because I do feel that way, but I also do feel like, you gotta strive to get to that point and do it in a fair and a fair way in which you're not judging over prematurely.
Yeah.
Put it that way.
And that was good.
I work at a bookstore, and my bookstore is in a predominantly white area. So I am very, very cautious of the books that I recommend. And Ashley, don't hate me. I've recommended, highly recommended. But I loved the first one, Children of Blood and Bone.
The issue that I have with Children of Blood and Bone, the issue that I have with Children of Blood and Bone is that it is used as the spokesperson for all Black YA fantasy, and that in itself is so wrong. Like, anytime a YA Black fantasy book comes out, it always says for fans of Children of Blood and Bone, and it's like, bruh, no.
And that was, when I was recommending it, I was like, okay, now that we've got something else that's coming out, and people were automatically saying, well, is it anything like? And I'm like, y'all, come on, just read it because it's a good book.
Yeah, but Intake Jemison talked about that on her Twitter.
Oh, really?
What did she say about it?
She was, it was like publishing paid me. You remember that?
Yeah.
Talked about how, like, in her niche, she get compared to, like, what is it, Nindi Okorafor?
Oh, Nindi
Okorafor.
And Tomi Yemi. Sorry, I didn't really like Children of Blood and Bones, but I didn't read the second one either. But she was saying, like, they constantly get grouped. Not saying, she wasn't saying anything bad about the other two authors. She was just saying they write different things.
Yeah, they do.
People keep comparing them together, and that's not okay.
It's not.
It's not.
And that was the one of the things that I had marked in the book is that we are constantly compared to or lumped into one group of people. And we are not. We are vastly different depending upon our experiences. None of us have this. Nobody has the same experience, even in the same household. It's just the two of us, my sister and I. We do not have the same experiences. We have the same experience as far as our parents are concerned, but life experiences, we do not have the same. So to group, as we already said, to group everybody in the same category is a disservice to that individual and to the group as a whole, because we don't always share the same ideology.
It's also particularly offensive to have them grouped together because two of these people are YA authors.
Mm-hmm.
Two of them are directed towards children. N.K. Jemisin has never been a YA author and has always written written at an adult level and about particular traumatic events within her fantasy stories. She's been doing this for a long time before these two people popped up.
Yeah.
So it sucks that even with that, she is still compared to the new blood, even though her books have been selling well since like for a lot longer than they've been in the game too.
I mean, she's the only person that has won a Nebula 3 times in a row.
But somehow is compared to Tomi Adeyemi on her first debut.
Yeah. But there's something very unique and strange about Tomi's experience in the publishing industry, because the level of marketing that went into publishing Children of Blood and Bone was something that I discussed this with someone else, that it was something that I had never seen before. The Good Morning America, the Jimmy Fallon and all, like I'd never seen that much. But I feel like someone said she wrote that book at the height of a social change. There was something going on at the time that book came out. I don't know whether it dealt with Black Lives Matter specifically, but I think it was.
Black Panther. Okay, so I did research on this. Black Panther.
Okay, that's what it was. It was Black Panther. Yeah. So I don't know. It's just strange that was the thing that happened, and I think people also need to realize how young Tomi is.
She's on like 20. Like
she's probably about 26 now, I think, because I think she's only a couple years younger than me.
Okay.
But the thing about that for me is that not being an ageist, but then also I had a conversation with someone else. I think, Erica, were you a part of this conversation?
I might have been.
Where we were talking about how Tomi had written that book for her thesis for school.
No, but I heard about that.
How it was Children of Blood and Bone was a thesis for school, and that could explain why Children of Virtue and Vengeance was so horrible, because that was one where she had to take a step out on her own, and there was no professor or anyone else guiding and assisting her. And that's why this one seemingly flopped. But it was just interesting to see how she has now become that catalyst for Black YA fantasy, and anything that comes. I want to see.
But she's talking about that on her Twitter.
Oh, she has?
Yeah, she said that people need to stop looking at her as the rule. She's the exception.
But you know, it's easy to say that now. Go ahead, Harley.
I need to stay off this Twitter.
Oh, I'm sorry. Like, I did the research I needed to do when I reviewed the book because it was absolutely horrible and I was so let down by it. The thing is that she herself explained that she wanted to make something that would basically hurt white people. She wanted to make a book that was supposedly so Black that even white racist people would see it. Again, not writing for us, writing for them. All of her interviews and all of the stuff that I've looked at behind her, one, she didn't know anything about her Nigerian heritage to begin with. because her
No.
mom took it from her in order for her to naturalize. And she didn't learn until she went to, I believe, I want to say Peru or something like that,
Brazil.
somewhere in South America, to a school to learn about Nigeria. Mind you, she herself has never been. On top of it, so she didn't grow up with the cultural attachment. She just grew up with the ethnicity, basically. And on top of that, when she decided her first book, it didn't go anywhere. They told her it was terrible and that she should like take it back and stuff. So then she spent time writing Children of Blood and Bone, which I didn't know it was her thesis, but I do know why it was picked up so easily. She put it into Pitch Wars and got it picked up. And marketed so well is because not only was it around the same time that Black Panther was kicking up speed to be released, because it was released the same year, but also the fact that Tomi Adeyemi worked in media at the time. And
I didn't know that.
She had a sort of successful PBS show with it's basically a fanfic of Hermione Granger after the Hogwarts years, that sort of thing.
Okay.
And basically, she marketed herself as saying she's dealing with police brutality, Blackness, and allowing Black people to have a fantasy. But at the same time, in these same interviews, she would say, I do not read fantasy and I don't like fantasy, and I think they're too long. We need something that's in now, which if you read fantasy, you would know that's not true. And also, you say how I'm writing this because of the people who didn't get to be Hermione Granger, because she herself has a specific issue with Hermione Granger. She brings it up in all of her interviews. I'm not sure why. I think it's because Hermione Granger's not Black. Not sure what that's about. And
Hermione is supposed to be Black in the book, but
I don't even want to get into that. I'm not even getting into that. I'm not even getting into that bullshit. But
okay, I'm just saying that's supposed to be what she was touted as. I don't know.
But you know that woman loves to throw in diversity when it would benefit her.
Yeah, I've never read Harry Potter. Don't shoot me. I've never read Harry Potter. So okay, Chloe. See the look on your face.
I said, why would we shoot you?
That's what I was thinking.
Because there
too much wine, Chloe. Too much wine.
When they hear that I haven't read Harry Potter, they're like, they're flabbergasted.
Just ahead of the curve.
Go ahead.
But the thing about Tomi Adeyemi is that, and this is an interview that nobody ever pulls up, she had absolutely no experience with racism before she got into Children of Blood and before Black Lives Matter. She didn't find out about the things that were happening to Black people until around the time she started writing the book, where she started to see, oh my God, these are things that are happening to Black people. She self-admitted that she's never had experience with that sort of thing because of, and again,
I think that's bullshit. I think that's bullshit.
Make sense.
I think that's bullshit. I think that's, let me tell you, I think that's straight up bullshit. And I don't know why she would even go on camera and say something like that, because how have you been Black for X amount of years and you say that you've never experienced racism?
Think about where she comes from. She's a Nigerian immigrant. Her dad is a doctor. Her mother is something better. She didn't come from poor. She says that she did, but she didn't. They were poor for all of a year because her dad was waiting for his license to come.
I don't think that that's even justifiable, because even if it's not overt, someone calling you the N-word to your face or saying we don't want Black people here, like there's subvert, you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
that's
just keep going. It's not at you, Harley. It's not at you. It's just that she just
sometimes
there are Black people who have never experienced that type of thing. They don't know what they're looking at.
There you go.
okay.
They don't know what they're looking at. So when they say they've never experienced it, they really haven't, because they don't know that they're experiencing it, because they've lived in the bubble of, we'll say, predominantly white, because that's what it seems like Tomi Adeyemi has grown up around, considering the fact the level of privilege that she's had because of her family being better off than most Black people, is that she has never had to confront that.
I'm sorry. I don't buy it.
I mean, I don't buy it.
I just can't. I can't buy it either, Erica. I'm like you too. Like, girl, what?
I mean, I say,
no, like for example, like in Ukraine, I got called a nigger almost every day. Somebody tried to.
What, Bree?
It was horrible. It wasn't 100% horrible, but a good 90%. So when my black other Peace Corps volunteers would tell me they ain't never experienced racism in Ukraine, I would be sitting there trying to do the math, trying to make sense.
They don't know what they're looking at. And that's a lot of people. They don't know what they're looking at. They don't know that that's racism. When that's all you've been surrounded by, when nobody tell you that it is wrong, you acclimate to it and be like, no, that's just how it is.
But it's got to have she write a whole book about racism and police brutality.
No,
because she saw it on TV. And here's why I believe, and here's why I believe, this is why I believe that she herself doesn't believe she's ever experienced racism. It's because when I read the book, it was written like someone who had never seen or had a racist thing happen to them before. It was written like a white person happening to Black people on TV. From the time that like Celia was acting like somebody who had never been oppressed before, like she hadn't been living in an oppressed regime, to the children dying because, not because they were just children. You were supposed to be shocked by that, but you weren't. You know why? Because these children were killing these soldiers. That's why you weren't shocked. And I was like, you're trying to make a statement on police brutality with them killing young Black children, but the children are dangerous and killing soldiers.
You know, I hear you, Harley.
That's why I love this book. That's why I hated this book. I'm like,
Erica! There goes Erica.
No, go ahead.
I hear you, but hold on, ho. I see you. I see you.
Oh, Jesus. Okay.
That's why I believe her. I'm like, you really have not. Otherwise, you would have caught that nuance, but you didn't because you've never. Oh my God, nobody told you. That's my first thought. Ain't nobody told you.
I know she is first generation, but she went to school here. And I don't care, even in your history class, as little Black history in your U.S. history class as you get a little something, something. And then
now somebody done called Tommy an N-word. I'm telling you. I
know.
Shit.
I know. And I don't.
I just feel like there's some Black people who I know who it's just too painful. So it's just better to like just not
avoid it.
Yeah, it's just
avoidance.
Exactly.
Psychology hat.
How people are avoiding their history. So let's as some people
can't force them. We can't be like, you better show up Black. I swear to God, I'm gonna catch you outside. Like that's people's journey. Like they do what they do.
But consider.
Let's call it
might be that one good one. And so she never had to have a white person call her a Negro or the N-word.
We can say it.
We are. You said it. It's done now.
Okay, so like, call you. It's like having somebody call you a nigga is the type of thing that happens normally. Everyone in here has probably been called it at least once.
Yeah.
The thing is that you have to think about the time in life when you were called it. Now, if she went, and I'm saying this off my own example, if she went to a predominantly white school and she had well-off parents, and therefore she got to get the good education, get to speak intelligently, get to learn all of the stuff that like disadvantaged people didn't get to know, and then got to excel in that, guess what the white people gonna do? They gonna be like, oh, you're one of the good ones. You're not a nigga at all.
Okay, no, ma'am. And I'm gonna say that when I grew up, as I said earlier, I grew up in a predominantly white neighborhood. I went to a predominantly white school. And yes, when I was in the 6th grade, I was called a nigger. In the 6th grade by a classmate. And nobody say to me, oh, because you're one of the good ones, because you speak so well that you're a good one.
Well, no, they're not gonna say it.
Nobody ever said that to me in my little racist school in racist neighborhood. Nobody ever said that to me.
Well, the question is, where did you grow up? Because I think she grew up in Chicago. No, or maybe no.
Oh my god, I think Corcoran has a dark skin. I thought it was
Did
I
y'all
think she's
always
Chicago.
Worse.
She grew up in Chicago, bro.
I think she was only there for a little bit. Like she was in Chicago for a little bit, and then they moved to California. Because that's where the majority of her formative years were in California.
Chloe?
This story is not good. Better. Under any circumstances, it's going downhill.
It's going down. It's getting worse.
Like Jasmine Red says, some Black people have not experienced outright racism and make them feel like the exception, so they don't recognize underhanded racism.
I think I'm just baffled by the fact that she got harassed on TV and said, "I've never experienced racism, but I'm gonna write a book about racism."
Yeah.
And I think that's the part, not the fact that she didn't experience it, but to me, the fact that I just can't get past is, how do you feel like being Black gives you a pass to write about it, even though you have proclaimed yourself that you have never experienced it?
Yeah.
That's what I can't grapple with. And I did not know that she had made that statement. And it is mind-boggling to think that you would be capable of speaking on such things that you have no experience, and your only experience is television.
And that's
how, Sway? How?
We need the receipts.
The receipts, the paperwork.
Oh.
How?
Make it make sense.
Oh, somebody asked a good question. What about Nora Ross?
I think in that
shit was a hot mess.
Oh,
she stayed in her lane.
I ain't never met that woman.
No, Bree. They talking about the fact that Tommy came from Nora Roberts on Twitter.
Oh, I didn't know that. That probably was before I got on BookTube.
Yeah, so she came for Nora Roberts, because Nora Roberts, this was like the second book in this trilogy that she had written, and it was called Blood and Bone.
No, it was something. It wasn't Blood and Bone.
It was Bone.
It was something similar.
Something similar to Children of Blood and Bone, okay?
Yeah.
So Tommy lost her shit, basically, and got on Twitter and was talking about the fact that she felt some type of way that someone had plagiarized the name of her book.
Oh, it is.
Nora Roberts has been an OG.
Yeah.
An OG in the publishing world, okay? I mean, this woman been writing since before I came into existence.
Yeah.
Nora didn't even know that Tommy existed.
That's what she said.
She didn't know. It's just true, but it's the truth. Like, she wasn't trying to be disrespectful, but like Nora was genuinely saying, like, girl, I didn't even know you existed, to be honest with you, because they run in two different circles in the publishing industry. There's no way that Nora would have been aware of Tommy at all. So Tommy got embarrassed for doing and I don't think that, I feel like that was out of pocket, because and whoever was her publicist, because she had to have a publicist because she had gotten so big so quickly. I feel like her publicist should have intervened at that point. Like, you don't come for an author, and it shows her lack of awareness of the publishing industry, which I found very, very startling. That she's coming into an industry and you're telling me that you don't know who Nora Roberts is.
She's naive and she's new, which is why she shouldn't be such a prominent voice on these type of things. She doesn't know, and that's the problem, is that she herself is like, I'm gonna bring up the ages, but she, coupled with her age and her past experience, doesn't know enough to be that prominent in the conversation, and yet she put herself on the pedestal of being part of that conversation, of being like the leading person who's making changes in young black literature and trying to end racism and stuff like that. And I'm just like, I have it on my blog with like links and stuff like that. I would have to like link it to you. But like, when I did the review, I cited
came with the receipt. Our girl Beth came with the receipt. She said,
I did it. I did the research, and I freaking did like linked every interview where I took quotes from. where she said,
I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I gave Children of Blood and Bone 5 stars.
Yeah.
I
But you gave Children
I enjoyed
of
it.
Vengeance what?
Huh?
You gave Children of Virtue and Vengeance what?
2 stars, and that was being generous. That was being generous.
The worst part of it is that, like, I wanted to like that book. In fact, I probably would have liked it if it was about Amari the entire time. I probably would have loved that book if it was just about Amari.
Oh, I gave it 3 stars.
So wrong.
This Nora Roberts has been around since 1989.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. Nora's been around for a hot minute. A hot
31
minute.
years.
A hot minute.
Where do you work in the library? So I was a page for a bit. I remember shelving her books all the time. I don't know if it's the same.
Okay, I don't know how.
Exactly. I don't know how she didn't know. Like, how you come all the way out your lane, which you're running into. I mean, Nora writes adult romance. You're writing YA fantasy. Your circles are not going to fucking cross like that.
Right.
So why would you even think to someone who's been writing for as longer than you've been born, steal a title from you?
The worst part is she's like, I didn't know who Nora was. I just thought it was some new writer stealing a title. And I was like, first of all, titles aren't copyrighted, my
Girl,
dear.
what?
That's true.
Girl, what? Girl, what?
I don't know.
You know what made me upset? I felt like because after that situation happened, she kind of like shut down. And I felt like that played a big role into why book number 2 got pushed back so much. That book was supposed to drop March of 2019.
And then
March.
it came out June, and then it got
then June, and then December. And I'm like, and then in the interview for the second book, they're like, so when is the third book going to come out? I don't know. It's going to be a minute before we even see that book.
I'm okay with that because I haven't even read the second book.
Child,
I started it.
So I just got this book. So I shouldn't read it?
No, I'm saying you can read it, bro. Read it so we could compare thoughts, because I thought it was a hot dumpster fire, but that's just me.
I will never say that you should not read Children of Blood and Bone, but I will always say that I absolutely despise it. The reason being is because it is literally Avatar, the Last Airbender meets Black Panther. And that's what I hated about it. She didn't even try to disguise the characters. There's even stuff that's lifted from the series itself that is happening in there. And her world building is not on par the way it should be. You can pick out stuff that doesn't make sense within her geography, within her landscaping, or exists. For example, there is a Coliseum where they race ships in the middle of the desert with no explanation of where that water is coming from, where they charge a whole freaking bag of gold to drink water, but they haven't seen stuff.
When I read that,
I'm trying to tell you, use your imagination, bitch.
I get to get away with that.
When I read that part,
hold on, ho.
The one thing that I thought of when I read that particular part was the Roman Colosseum.
Yes,
and how they had the underground aqueduct. Yeah, that's what I thought of.
I knew that was the explanation for it, but the problem is you did not establish that in the world because, and I want you to take a moment to think about this. When you look at her map, where is that place? It's in smack dab the center of the desert, nowhere near the coast.
I told you to use your imagination.
You're not supposed to look at the map.
It's a map
here.
Not your Dora the Explorer map. The map.
And then she has these mountains that they climb. This is why you never include a map unless you're going to follow it. And then you have these mountains that they climb. In the area on the map, there are no mountains there. There's mountains over here that have a name and a history, and they even talk about those mountains in the book.
So there's no mountains near Kaduna? That's
no.
What you say.
Exactly, pretty much.
Kaduna ain't got no mountains. That's crazy.
That's the thing. Your world building is inconsistent. That was the problem. And the fact that they said that it'll take a month to get across what is specifically fantasy Nigeria. Now, I don't know if anyone's seen a map of Nigeria, but that place is huge. The fact that they said it would take a month to get across there, to get where they needed to go, but they made it in 2 weeks. How?
That was a shortcut.
Man, you know,
I'm always stupid. Shortcut.
I feel like you a hater. It's fantasy. They were just out here.
Thank you, Bree. Hater. Hater. You're a hater.
Reads a lot of fantasy.
She was just trying to make $1 out of 15 cents. Like, her coin.
Don't try to act like you are the next Harry Potter. Don't act like you are speaking for Black fantasy. Don't act like you are the most prolific of this freaking genre if you can't even get your plot consistent.
She was trying to get her coin, huh? She was
got her coins, though. She got her coins. And
This is the worst part.
listen, and she finagled my behind because I definitely went and picked up that book on release day.
I did
I
too.
never paid full price for a hardcover.
I mean, I work in a bookstore. I put it on hold.
Oh no, she said I'm
Real.
between this paycheck and the next. Man, I get you.
I put
And
it on hold. So Chloe,
you know
did
who
you
wrote
read
this
it?
book? You know who one of her sensitivity readers were? And it says so in the acknowledgments. Danielle Clayton was one of her sensitivity readers and one of the people who helped proof the book.
Okay, you know what? Let's stop.
Leave Danielle alone, man. Leave Danielle alone. Shit.
I like the bell.
Feel like you big mad? You big mad? You feel my
Harley just don't write fantasy.
It's like, you ain't loyal at all. You ain't told this girl that her stuff was inconsistent. You wrote the bells, but you told her that was okay.
Yeah, you just snatched your wig off the head.
Right?
In the garden.
Damn.
Chloe, did you read it?
Oh, which one?
Either one.
Yeah, I did.
What'd you think? Both
Yeah,
of them?
Children of Blood and Bone and Children of Rich Descendants.
What'd you think?
I thought the first one was fun but overhyped, and the second one, I was so pissed when I got to the ending.
Oh my God. It was like two different freaking authors wrote the two books. It was like two different people. And I know like people are like, oh, I loved it. And I'm like, how?
She had
How?
Yeah.
It was messy. It was so funny because I was pissed at all of them. And for the first like 2/3, I was like, it's so great watching like their lives fall apart and them make all the horrible decisions of the world. But then it just stopped being fun. And then the ending.
So
They became horrible people.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, they were pretty terrible. I couldn't
They
stand
were
them.
terrible people.
And Amari was my favorite in the first one.
Exactly. I loved, first of all, the two of them should have been in a relationship. Okay?
Yeah.
There was no
I feel like
need for
everyone's
any
been saying
man.
that. Everyone.
The two of them. That was a good pairing. They should have just got together.
It was like
Yeah.
most
Josh-
terrible.
Here comes Peter Harley stepping through the door.
No, I shipped them so hard. Like I said, I would have loved that book and overlooked everything if that book had been about Amari.
Yeah.
I would have let
Josh
I would have been like,
audiobook.
Cotta Witch. To whoever this is, please read A Cotta Witch. P. Robinson, Pawnee Robinson. I really love that book.
I'm gonna let me backtrack for a second. Josh had said something about the audiobook. He listened to the audiobook.
Yeah.
I listened to the Children of Blood and Bone audiobook as well.
Me too.
I loved it. I'm going to tell you, if the narrator is the same narrator for Children of Virtue and Vengeance, I love her.
Bonnie?
I don't know what her name is.
Bonnie was killer.
She does a fantastic job of narrating books. I'm gonna look it up.
Hold on, I got it.
You got it?
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember her name. I actually did enjoy the reading on the audiobook.
Now you do.
I even said in my review, there are a lot of aspects I enjoyed, but they weren't enough to save this.
Okay, Harley, you are such a conundrum.
Just a hater out here big mad.
That's the thing. It's like I don't have to look. I absolutely despise the book because it's not a full.
Oh, Bonnie Turpin.
I
It's
told
Bonnie Turpin.
Bonnie.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Bonnie Turpin.
That sounds
Bonnie
right.
Turpin is
A1.
Yeah, she's amazing.
mm-hmm.
And, I mean, she can narrate.
She just narrated "This Is My America"
Did she?
by Kim Johnson. Yeah, she narrated "This Is My America" by Kim Johnson.
Oh my gosh.
Wait.
So good.
So Harley, Did you read Children of Virtue, whatever?
I'm debating on if I should because I
Hell
personally
no, because you hated Children of Virtue so damn much.
stop.
Yeah, kind of like
The thing is that I wanted to read the next one because I want the woman to get better. That's the thing. I wanted her to improve because she's a new author. I don't hate the woman.
But Harley, think about this. If you hated the first book and I loved it, and I hated the second book,
that's
what
why
the hell do you think you gonna think?
That's why I haven't read it yet. Because I'm just like, you're telling me that she ain't improved. That's what you're telling me.
She got worse.
Yeah, I don't. I probably got to page 100, and I was like, "Yeah, I'm putting this back up on my shelf."
But like, see, that's the thing about me. It's not that just because I hated a book does not mean I want to see an author not do well. I want them to get better at what they do. Yeah. And I will tell you the aspects that I did enjoy about the book while absolutely hating it. Because there are aspects I enjoyed. Amari was something I loved about that book.
Hopkinson.
I love
I'm reading my first one now.
Which one is it?
Midnight Robber.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like whenever I judge a book, even if I absolutely hate it, I will tell you what could be better. And I say, like, I might read the next one because there was something salvageable that I want to find out. And what was salvageable about Children of Blood and Bone was Amari. I wanted to know where she went from there. But seeing the reviews and hearing people I trust talk about it, I'm just kind of like, do I even want
I say don't read it.
I'm just gonna say it. I'm just gonna say it. You can leave it.
Yeah, just don't read it.
I can't say it as a librarian.
You think you can't?
It's against your code of ethics.
Listen,
it's my code of ethics.
I'm not supposed to say it either.
I have ALA code of ethics. I can't say that.
How dare you?
If you already have the book, it's not a requirement for your reading.
What?
No, listen to me, Harley. Philippians 18:2 says we cannot go forward if we don't go back. Read that book.
I know why you want me to read it. You want me to read it. I'm as much of a hater then as I am now. That's what you want. You want to hear me talk shit. That's what you want.
Oh, jeez. So are we that we need to have a Children of Virtue and Vengeance read along so we can just trash it? Is that
no. For me, count me out.
No, Ashley.
It's gonna be hell no for me.
I already did a full fucking vlog on that. I'm not revisiting that shit.
No, it's gonna be a hell no for me, Bob. It'll be a hell no.
It's like someone
not Bob Barker. What is it? Is his name Bob Barker?
Yep. Gonna be a no.
It's okay.
Sorry, I get a little.
There's a very good chance that I will not make it past 100, page 100. So
I'm gonna read the third one because I just feel like.
What? There's a third one?
Yeah,
it's coming out. We don't know when though.
Yeah.
The way that second, it can't end. The second one ain't no way that book can end like that.
Make sense.
That shit pissed me off. It made no sense.
I think it's funny that she got 7 figures for that entire 3 books trilogy, and I'm just like, I know why they pushed it so hard. They pushed it so hard because they were like, we got to make back that money.
Yeah. And on top of that, somebody asked in the comments if there was a movie that was supposed to be coming out.
There is a movie attached.
Yeah. Also, there's a lot of big names associated with it.
I feel like didn't Michael B. Jordan get the rights to it?
That was
Black Leopard, Red Wolf, which is also I shouldn't say is also trash because it is on my TBR, but I've heard that it is trash.
I will tell you,
Marlon James just has a unique way of writing.
I don't know. I want to read it. I do want to read it and see what it's all about, what all the hype is about, because people are saying it's black.
Game of Thrones meets black.
Yeah, black Game of Thrones.
Not.
I'm tired of they putting us in proximity of whiteness. Like, goddamn, we can't stand alone.
No, they took a joke he made in an interview and ran with it as a blurb.
Okay.
And that's why it got the whole comp title of the Game of Thrones of Africa, basically. The book itself is not that. The book itself is more of a literary novel. It is fantasy, and it's very high fantasy, and it's written in a particular way that you can tell that his Jamaican roots show in it. The thing is that the people who have been reading it have been mostly YA people, and YA people who have never had experience with adult fantasy. So when they read it, they're not getting into the in between the lines stuff with the way that he writes. The thing is, his stuff is all literature. That's what he writes. He writes literary fiction.
Listen, Harley just don't like YA fantasy. This is what that's all about.
What are you talking about? I have like some of my greatest hits are freaking YA fantasy. I was a person who liked Twilight.
I like it's a hard genre for me. It's a very hard genre for me. So
I'm same. I have to be careful about it.
Yeah, I have to be careful about what I read. But someone did ask, when are we doing this again?
I like the Diviners. So that was I have taste. So but when are we doing this again?
I don't know. When are we doing this again, Ashley?
Shit, why y'all asking me?
The leader.
It's on your channel, Mug.
Yeah, honestly.
Hey, listen, don't maybe come through the screen.
Yeah, past the conch shell. You must.
Yo, but word though, I'm surprised that people are still watching.
I know, right?
You know,
this has been going on for 4 hours.
Genesis 3:18 says, "Those who entertain shall not be blamed." Amen. So we are entertaining the people. Yes, we are.
Oh, someone said tomorrow. Nah, bro. Nah, bro. I got a full-time job and a child. And we do this every night.
Well, Erica, if you do decide to go ahead and read Black Leopard, Red Wolf, with the caveat that again, this is very adult fantasy.
Oh yeah, I know, and I've never read Game of Thrones, nor have I seen it. So
I loved it.
Like the way he writes. I like the story. I just don't like the way George R. R. Martin writes. It's so stale.
Well, he's gonna die before he finishes the series.
Do you have a prayer for us?
Well, goddamn.
But listen, come on now, let's be honest. George R. R. Martin been writing the 6th book for damn near 10, 15 years. That man ain't writing that book.
Is it on the 7th?
While he was out.
And I was sabbatical.
It's sabbatical my foot. Somebody while I was out. Get your ass in the hobbit hole and finish my book.
And I heard that he's not as organized as Robert Jordan was. So it's not like somebody could come and pick it up because Brandon Sanderson picked up Robert Jordan's Wheel of Time series after he died. I heard that if George R. R. Martin dies, Game of Thrones is going to die with him. And he's got health issues. So y'all tell me whether this man is really going to finish.
I'm sorry.
You gonna prophesize him like that? She said he gone.
He is. He's not gonna finish that series, y'all. I don't like speaking nothing on the people, but he's not gonna finish that.
No, listen, Britt wanted it in writing. Britt said once a month feels like a good compromise. Can we get that in writing?
Who said that? Oh, Britt said once a month. Get it in writing.
No.
Child, I don't sign my name to nothing.
Listen.
When they had us sign a lot of stuff in the past, and you see where it got us now.
Man.
I just got to make sure I have wine.
See what they did to Henrietta. Oh, go ahead.
You said what they did to Henrietta? Oh, child, I don't even want to. Henrietta. Oh, go ahead, Erica. Sorry, I interrupted you.
No, I was just saying I got to make sure I got to have wine.
Oh, we know. Your ass looks drunk.
I am not.
We saw you in the corner now. We saw you throwing that thing back in the corner. We saw you.
I still have like half a bottle.
Yeah, we saw you doing it in a circle.
Throw that in a circle. Throw that in a circle. That's my jam. Let me stop.
I'm sorry.
I am not drunk.
I think the question is not when we would do this again, but what book would we be reading? Because that would give us an idea.
What would be the next book?
Children of Mercy and Vengeance.
No.
I already told you no.
I don't like what I did to you.
This book?
Cinderella is dead.
That could be a possibility.
Oh, uh-oh. We're coming through talking about possibilities.
Or we can do this.
Or we could do no.
Oh, I've read that one.
I love it. I love it.
What is it? This Is My America.
I read that one.
What haven't you read?
Yeah, what haven't
You're like,
man, screw y'all.
Let's go with that.
You don't count. You're a librarian.
Are we trying to read fantasy? Like
I
fiction?
prefer that.
Fantasy, because Chloe reads a lot of fantasy.
I don't read fantasy that often, but okay.
Well, you just held up damn near 3 fantasy books. What the hell are you talking about?
Because my library friends set me up. And I know you
Look
know
at fantasy.
She got Rayburn there.
Exactly. I'm about to take her off the screen because she's acting a fool talking about I don't read fantasy, and then each time she holds up a suggestion. Fantasy.
Let me explain. I don't like fantasy, but I've been forcing myself. I have 14 books right here. I got them from the library. They're all fantasy because I'm trying to force myself to like this genre.
Did you like the deep?
You have to like the genre.
I just feel like everybody liking fantasy, and I'm over here like history and mystery. That's where I want to live and take up shop.
I read everything. I'm not like what just fantasy. I read everything, so I don't box.
Yeah,
I don't box myself in.
I mean, I guess if we don't want to do fantasy, that's fine.
No, we can do fantasy.
I'm fine doing fantasy, but what fantasy book?
Well, I don't know. I don't think I can be the judge of that.
Chloe?
What's something we haven't read that's like... Because, I mean, it doesn't have to be a brand new book or one that just came out in recent years. It could be anything.
I really want to read the 100,000 Kingdoms. Did you guys do that?
Oh.
Yeah, we could do that. Well, sorry, I'm saying that.
I haven't read that.
You get that in this month, and I could read that this month.
I really want to start that series. So, but that's just me. Don't feel obligated.
I mean, if people want to do stuff other than fantasy, what books would people be thinking of?
Urban fantasy?
I haven't read a lot of urban fantasy, so I would be intrigued by any possibility of that.
All I know is like the old schoolers, which would be like Laura K. Hamilton. What's her name? Charlene Harris.
That's a hell to the no.
The other chick. Patricia Briggs. Is that her name?
Yeah, I would like to read that.
I would like to read that too, and I have a copy of that.
Yeah, so do I.
Ooh, escaping. For a book club I'm in this year, so all those would be convenient, and I really like both those books.
So I just got this one, so I mean I don't know, man.
No, I would like to read that one.
Yeah, me too. I have it, and I need to read it.
I have it too. Harley?
I don't have it yet, but I'd have to get it because I suck.
Sorry.
It's not like I can't. I can go get it.
No, and you also, if you're going to get Escaping Exodus, you might as well go ahead and get an Unkindness of Ghosts too.
Yeah.
Oh no, my best friend getting me that one next week. My best friend is librarian getting me that one next week.
What, an Unkindness of Ghosts?
Yeah, you got to read that too.
So, are we settled on Escaping Exodus?
Oh. Somebody suggested that well, we can do this at some point, not in this discussion, but it's like, how about old school fantasy? And I'm like, which old school fantasy?
Yeah, what's that?
Yeah, what is old school fantasy?
I mean, like,
are you
talking like Robert Jordan old school?
Are you talking about Ursula K. Le Guin type of old school, or are you talking about like the new old school, like N.K. Jemisin, who has been out since like the early 2000s type thing? Like, what are we talking in old school?
Ooh. I vote for this. Yes. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, Josh.
She does have.
Yeah, I want
The Good House, Jocelyn's Ghost. What else? The African Immortal series.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys know. Okay.
Yeah, I've never heard that one actually.
I'm over here like, who that?
Same.
Well, it's not fantasy. It's horror.
Yes.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yes, I'm here for a horror situation. Let's
Okay, so
do it.
what about My Soul to Keep in October?
My Soul to Keep is by
Same do.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm okay with that because isn't that a vampire one?
Sort of.
I've heard sort of, not
Okay,
necessarily.
it's like they don't really drink blood, but they live forever, and it's how they live forever involves blood and like biblical stuff.
Okay. Okay, Bree. So you can come and quote scripture all day long.
For me?
Oh wait. So how is this? I'm excessive when it comes to planning. It's ridiculous.
No,
So
I'm very busy in October.
So what? So
Yeah,
how we finna do this? How we finna do this? Once a month?
We can.
Yeah, I'm here for that.
Yeah.
Okay. So what's for the month? What's the month of September then?
I'm pulling up my calendar. I don't have anything.
No, I'm saying what book is for September?
Let's just do this one.
Okay, so Escape and Exodus is September.
And then I'm gonna wait until closer to October before I get this book from the library, the My Soul to Keep.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'll fuck around and forget.
I need to write it down, otherwise I'm not going to remember because
my plan is across the room. I'm not getting my ass up. Right
I'm at
I got some meatballs on the stove. I'm trying to get at too, you know.
But you got meatballs on the stove. I got chicken in the fridge that I'm supposed to eat. Some baked chicken.
I got chicken.
We have compromised for you.
I got a burrito.
Yeah, I'm so sick of eating chicken.
I've been eating so much chicken. I'm just like
poor as shit. That's why.
You know what they say? Thick thighs save lives. Amen.
Amen.
You trying to say I got thick thighs, Brie?
Yeah, I feel like you just called me fat.
A lot of chicken. Maybe your thighs is like, what up though?
God, you know what I think about? I said, really, on YouTube, you don't see the bottom half of my body.
Yeah.
You don't ever.
I'm always looking at your black bookshelf in the back while you talking. I'll be like, just move
me?
over.
Oh yeah, because it's set up. I don't know. Y'all can't. Well, I'm trying not to show y'all the bottom half of my body. With it. Damn, my head is big as fuck too, y'all. Hold on. How does shit work? You can't even see it.
You have so many books. I only have 15 books.
That's fine.
Okay, that's fine because the way that I have, let me tell you, I got to get a bigger place. I can't keep doing this because I have the shelves that y'all see that I film in front of.
Yeah.
Then there's 2 shelves across the room, and then there's 2 shelves in the bedroom.
Dang, you got it like that.
No, I ain't got it like nothing. We don't have enough space to keep doing this shit.
Yeah.
We don't have enough space.
I have a question for you, Ashley. Have you finished Now That I Found You?
Hell no.
Yeah.
And I got mine is my day's release day. But I'm trying to focus on Raybearer first. Yeah, because mine is on the 16th.
I've only heard good things about it. Please tell me.
Yeah. Goddamn.
Yeah, I heard it's really good.
Cool.
My copy is sitting in my bag somewhere.
I finished it in a goddamn night.
Okay.
Really? Okay, good. Okay, that gives me hope.
I was sitting there like, oh, I'm gonna go to sleep after I eat these Cheetos. Them Cheetos ate me. They ate me.
Damn, y'all. Someone said we got to turn this into a podcast. Y'all, listen.
I just saw something that Angry Little Paula said that saying that like you have me thinking about the white men I've known who say anything black for them. I feel like I've touched on this before in a video, but I feel like that people, when they go to those things, they have like that whole implicit bias where they see a name that sounds like it's not white and then just completely bypass it no matter what the book is about. And I've actually, like how people are saying, like, I can't relate to this. I'm only going to see black. And they were like, well, how can you not if you're telling us to read black books? I said, I'm not telling you to read black books. If you want to, you can. But maybe when you go there and you see black books, ask yourself why you're like adverse to picking them up. You don't have to pick it up. You don't have to read it. But ask yourself why you don't want to.
Right.
That's a very good point because that is something that I fight with on a daily. And today was my first day back to work since, the world blew up. And those folks coming in,
Exodus, Britt.
we have a table. We have 2 tables, as a matter of fact. Since Black Lives Matter, we have another table that is dedicated to young adult Black authors, and people look at them, and keep on moving. And then like the table behind it is like Reese's book or whatever, and they stop on that table and they look at every book, but you can't get them to look at the table with the Black authors on it. So how do you get them to read or read outside of their comfort zone? I don't know. It's something I fight with on a daily.
I feel like
and then they had the nerve to ask you for a suggestion. And then when you make a suggestion that's not a white author, they lose their shit.
I can't because that's my damn job, and I can't.
My favorite is when they don't realize that the author is Black.
I've gotten to the point where I don't even tell them that the author is Black. I let them figure it out for themselves.
They'd be like, what's the story? Let me tell you about it first. I tell them about the story, and so like, that sounds so interesting. Okay, here you go. This is how I sold so many freaking copies of How Long Till Black Future Month. And it's just like, well, is it a Black novel? And I was like, no, it's just a novel about fantasy. It's a fantasy novel. It has different stories, and it's a good introduction into fantasy if you wanted to try it out. Okay.
I do. I try not to talk to Black people.
Because that's the worst part. I was like, why is it gonna I almost said, why is it gonna stop you from picking it up, you bastard? But I was like, no, How Long Till Black Future Month. And mind you, this is the worst part. It has How Long Till Black Future Month in there, and the first thing they ask is this a Black history book? I'm like, no, nigga, it's a fantasy.
Okay, I can't even hold mine up. Mine is across the room.
Mine is in the other room. But yes, I have.
Here we go.
I love this book.
It's amazing.
It's amazing. To be honest,
the short story that's in there is the prologue to
the city we became.
The city we became.
Yeah.
It's like the greatest thing.
I'm still working on the city we became.
I'm doing it slowly. Very slowly.
I can hold it up.
I could hold that.
Oh, wait. So everybody hold up their book.
I got Andy like that.
I can't hold the city we became. I'm over here, Poe. I'm over here, Poe.
I borrowed Bay's copy.
This was actually gifted to me. So
this was gifted to me as well.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yes.
La la la.
Well, whatever. Me and Harley gonna be in this corner, just living our lives. Where it's free is free. So I keep waiting on them to go to my mailbox and somebody gonna be like, reparations. And I'm gonna be like,
you can't be too angry. You have a Ray Bearer arc.
I know, right?
Right? Yeah, you did. You got a Ray Bearer arc. Don't be so
how that happened. I was like, I'm gonna read this and hate it and love it.
But listen, I wasn't expecting an arc though. I thought we were just getting digital copies. I didn't know they were sending us physical copies of it too.
I'm mad they sent you a physical copy of Now That I Found You, and
I don't know how I got that. Listen, let me tell y'all what I did get on what is it, Edelweiss or whatever it's called.
I don't know how to pronounce that. I ain't heard it said out loud.
It's this new book. I gotta look it up. It doesn't come out till next year, but I feel like people have seen it. Hold on. Because it's a damn shame that I don't know this off the top of my head.
Shame on you.
Also, I feel like I have kind of like a clutch because I'm a librarian, so that kind of gives me a little bit of ease of access sometimes. Yeah, it helps me get started.
It's beautiful. I'd be like calling my best friend, like, "Hey, this book coming out," and they'd be like, "Say less," and I'd be like,
"Yeah." It does help you. I'm not gonna lie. Like, it does help you get arcs to be a librarian.
You know what?
Can we just lie? Can we lie and be like, that's what we do?
As a bookseller.
Oh, it's Amari and the Night Brothers.
Oh, by B.B. Alston. Congrats.
Yeah, just got Arcadet. Look at.
You got to catch her out back, Chloe. That's all.
I just got approved for that like yesterday sometime. I was like, damn, most of y'all really did send me the book.
Is it a physical book or is it an ebook?
Hell no, it's digital. Ain't no way.
Dang, well, I want to hope for you.
What'd you say, Bree?
Huh? What's up?
What'd you say?
I don't know what you're talking about, man.
Oh gosh. I tried to request Steeped in Gold. Let's see if that comes through.
Oh, I heard people were getting denied for that one left and right.
I heard people were getting denied left, right, and center too.
Why? Is it a good one?
Yeah, I think that one's being heavily marketed.
Based on what? Is it set in Jamaica? Or
I feel like it is, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
I want to watch it. I mean, see it. No, I don't. I got to be honest. I'll just watch the review. That is enough. That'll be enough. I
really, really want it, but
we'll put it out there. Once you put it out, that's it. It's gonna come back. Just yesterday, I was like, dang, I wish I had somebody that would help me translate these videos. And then my friend texted me like a second after I had that thought, and it was verbally out there. And I was like, look at Jesus out here looking out for me.
This girl said Jesus.
I'm just saying. Now y'all making me laugh. I say that all the time, and I never thought it was.
It's your normal conversation.
Oh my gosh! Look at
S asked, "What's your favorite fantasy novels?"
Oh,
I always say the Broken Earth trilogy, but I feel like I should expand a little bit more.
I'm gonna
say the Broken Earth trilogy.
I'm gonna
good.
It's real good. It's earned its place, but still, I feel like I'm more tired of hearing that as a recommendation.
I'll probably go with that as well, only because I just within the last year probably started really reading fantasy. Not even really reading fantasy, but just started reading fantasy.
Yep, same. Harley's ready to fight you and catch you outside, Chloe.
No, I'm not. It's just more.
I know. Doesn't Harley look uncomfortable?
Yeah. You got gas. You let it out.
No, I feel out of place. Because like I have several favorite fantasy novels that are on the same level, but I don't have a lot of Black ones, so I feel weird about it.
Girl, okay. Well, what's your favorite fantasy though?
Yeah.
My favorite fantasy is both Lord of the Rings and Tales of Earthsea. At the same level.
I heard that Ursula K. Le Guin was kind of hard to get into, though. Is that true?
She is only hard to get into if you are looking for something that is easy to read. Like if you're looking for maybe YA level, she was YA of her time. I'm not dissing YA. I'm not saying that.
No. I'm not
reading level as really people have a hard time getting into her is that she is very detail heavy, very description heavy, and very like narrative with the way that she writes. That's why. So like a lot of people hear about her being the young adult of her time, and then they think, oh, I jump in. But you can't. You gotta go in with the caveat that this is older, and so it's written in a way that's a lot less flash fiction versus like. We'll say that she's like reading The Wheel of Time with no chaser.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
Wow.
But once you're in there, you're freaking in there. The time just flies. It took me a minute to get into her, but once you're in there,
you're good.
Yeah.
Wow.
LA Banks is one of my favorite urban fantasy readers, and I hate that she died. I got to meet her. She was one of the nicest people I have ever known. She encouraged me to write.
LA
Banks. She wrote Vampire Huntress Legends.
Who? L.A. Banks?
L.A. Banks. Leslie Ozadell Banks. Yeah.
I didn't know she died.
I didn't know she died.
She died a while ago, yeah.
Damn, Chloe, we out of touch.
She died when she first started her first YA book, which was Notarial Academy. And after she started it, she passed away from cancer.
Oh,
dang.
Yeah. She was one of the people that encouraged me to write and let me know that Black people were allowed to write fantasy.
And that, who was it? Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie said about the single story or the singular story that she had only read, her only experience was with white literature. And so she wrote herself out of stories until she read something, and I can't remember what it was. And at that point, she felt that it was okay to write about Black characters or write Black characters and write herself back into the story. So
she just basically gave me the idea that it would sell. Because, like, I was never going to not write about Black people. My thing was that I thought I was never going to be a published author because of Black people. But she was like, no, do it. I'm like, yeah. As she was one of the people that encouraged. She was like, no, you can do it. It's like, you can do it. You just got to try it. It's like, it's going to be hard and you're going to get rejected a lot because you are writing Black characters in a Black fantasy, but it will eventually happen no matter what. The only way it's not going to happen is if you don't do it. So I was like, that's why I really hate that she died. She was awesome.
Somebody said, what are your favorite vampire books? Not fucking Twilight.
The Damn by Renee Ahdieh. I like that book a lot. The Beautiful and The Damn. No?
I have The Damn.
I'm not big on vampire books.
I'm not either.
Vampire Huntress Legends was mine, and the Anita Blake series by Laura K. Hamilton. I know they're trash, but that's why I like them.
I mean, unless you count Sookie Stackhouse.
Listen, don't get me started on that. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, you truly are from Louisiana, so.
Backwater, back alley.
I'm sorry, but did Sookie Stackhouse actually call herself Creole? Because I remember reading the first book and feeling some type of rage when she called herself Creole.
Oh, it's been a minute since I read it. I couldn't tell you.
I can't.
I couldn't tell you, honey.
Should across the room.
Mm-hmm. I read The Beautiful recently. I'm waiting on The Damn, but I read The Beautiful because on my YouTube channel I have that series where I talk about New Orleans books and I critique it in that way. So I was like, let me read what she's talking about. So, and then I actually liked the book.
Is that a series for your channel? You reading books set in New Orleans?
What'd you say?
Mm-hmm. I was asking if it's a series on your channel. You reading books?
Yeah, it's a series on my channel.
Check it out.
Cool. It's really, really cool.
Yeah. So the first book I'm reading is The Other Girl. That video should come out next week, and then I already read 4 books for the series, so they just don't come out starting next week.
No, Erica just turned her camera off.
I'm here. I'm glad you missed me.
Yes.
I'm glad you missed me.
Been drinking.
Yeah. I should have been.
Oh, if you like Black fantasy meets Black anime, check out Magnifique Noir by Brianna Lawrence. Oh, this is to Jasmine Rudd. It's inspired by Magical Girl anime, and it's a visual novel. Also, there's a
Come through, Chloe. Damn.
That's an actual manga. That's by Jackie, and yeah, they have a story.
So Black Man, who Manny? What happened?
Is there a way I can I'll message it to you.
Okay. Because I keep saying I'm gonna get into manga because my cousin keeps giving me the side eye.
It's so good.
Manga is amazing.
Manga is amazing. Hands down.
You can do anything in manga. That's what I feel when I read a lot of books and stuff like that, I feel they limit themselves because when you go into manga, anything could happen. It's completely batshit.
It is. It really is.
Away with it. And I'm just like, you know what? This is cool. This is perfectly fine.
Bookshade, when you say not into horror, do you mean like readers or do you mean writers? Because I feel like there's a difference in that answer.
Yeah, there is.
Yes, I mean readers or writers, because I'm into writing horror. Like, that's my bread and butter.
Yeah, there's a new horror coming out, y'all. I think it's by a white author, and I got the arc from it. And my God, it scared the shit out of me. So they're sending it to me, and I was so scared. So I don't know if I'm ready, y'all. I'll be honest. Just scared the shit out of me. I was looking outside my door, like, who that? For like a week after reading just the first chapter.
Readers?
I think there are
Black
readers or readers of color that are into horror.
I
don't think that.
Oh, go ahead.
I don't think that horror. I know that horror is talked about in the booktube community, but I feel like it's a niche within the community. So I feel like you don't see a lot of discussion because there are those in the community that specialize in it, and it's not as widely spread as you think it is. But I think that it's there.
Yeah.
I think that it's there, but I think it's depending upon who you're watching and who you're engaging with, whether you see that or not. You got one person on here that reads a lot of horror.
So I'm reading this one right now. If they need a suggestion, this one's creepy as hell.
The grip of it. I'm gonna put this out there, and I don't know if Josh is still watching, but he likes horror as well. I don't know. I've just really started watching his channel, and
I just started watching Josh too.
Yeah, and I don't know because I haven't gone like way into his backlist or back videos to see if he reviews a lot of horror, but he reviews a lot of different things. But I know that he likes horror.
I think there's a misconception that Black people don't like horror. It's not that we don't like horror. There's a lot of us that do. It's just that there's a misconception that we're all so superstitious that we don't want to touch that kind of thing.
Yeah.
That is true.
That we don't want to read about ghosts or anything because that's quote unquote the devil, which admittedly there are a lot of old school Black people who refuse to read or interact with that kind of stuff because of that. But in this day and age, it's not so prominent. It's just that there's not enough people talking about it publicly. So you don't see it or you think it's not there.
Yeah, I used to have to literally hide all the horror books I would read as a kid from my grandma because that was the devil worshiping. And then I would
me too.
I used to hide my Halloween costumes like on the side of the house and throw my bag of candy on the roof, and my cousin would go get it for me for trick or treating because Granny was not here for the devil worshiping. If she's saying it now, Granny, I'm grown, but at the time.
Meanwhile, my parents, here's your Stephen King book at age 8. I read my first Stephen King book, Pet Sematary, at age 8, and that like got me into horror. And so like I was stuck on it from then on. So it's just like
I read my first Stephen King this year, and because I didn't really like it, I just don't know if I want to read any of his other stuff.
He's a hit or miss, in my opinion.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think he's a hit or miss.
I think people expect all of his novels to be good because he's so famous, and that's not it. It's just that he tends to have something that's for everyone, like a little song for everyone. There's some that are for you, and there are some that's for other people, and I think that's why he got so big.
Because I read The Institute, and I was just like, "This is."
No.
His writing over the years has gotten progressively worse, from what I heard. Yeah. He's not as good as he was in the 80s and 90s.
I think it's because he doesn't.
His earlier work is definitely better.
Much better.
But I'm not a fan. And he's problematic.
He is very much so. Very much so.
No, I don't know. I don't know. Whenever people come in and they're like, "Oh, I want Stephen King," and I was like, "No, you don't."
See, I can't do that shit, Erica. Listen, y'all definitely. I put this up here.
Someone else.
Bitterroot is a amazing comic book series.
Isn't it getting turned into a TV show or a movie?
Yes.
The rights
And the
are
second
off.
volume is due to come out soon. I cannot freaking wait.
Ashley,
That is, not you got it, Bree.
That's what happened.
no, I wanted to show you something. Hold on.
But if y'all have never read Bitterroot, pick it up.
So I got these because of my best friend, but then I found out that you liked them. So,
Yes.
I got
Yes. Yes.
I
Those
got
are so. Yes.
and then
I haven't read that one yet.
Ooh.
I saw you put that in
Yeah.
the group the other day.
Yeah, I got this.
I saw that too.
Yes. I have that one marked as to read on Hoopla.
Yeah, this is yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot.
Aya is such a great graphic novel series, but I feel like it's never talked about. It's so good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I need to read Pet though this weekend.
Oh yes.
Gotta read Pet this week.
You read it.
I have a copy of
Did you read it?
I read it.
Did you read it, Harley or Ashley?
Yes, I read it
What,
earlier
Pet?
this year.
Yeah.
Wait.
I think it was by David F. Walker.
Yes.
It's horror-ish.
Okay, yeah, I remember hearing about that one.
Put all those things on the front.
The awards, the Stonewall Honor and National Book Award finalists.
I keep telling myself I'm gonna read more middle grade, like get back into it, but I just have not yet.
It's definitely not middle grade.
More like
it's not?
young adult.
Mm-mm.
Oh, that was young adult. Okay, I thought it was middle
Mhm.
grade. I thought it was a middle grade book.
I don't
Definitely
think
content wise, it's definitely YA.
Yeah.
Okay.
that isn't horror, right?
People say that it's on the
No, it's not horror.
on the younger spectrum of YA, but I agree with Ashley that it is definitely the content.
It's a little more intense. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the content is a little.
It'll go on my list because I had seen it floating around and stuff like that, and because of the cover, I thought it was like middle grade and stuff. I didn't get a chance to look into it.
It's the same thing with this one too. Like I've seen people push this as, and technically it is middle grade because I think Alicia considers it to be middle grade, but I feel like it could float between the two. To be honest, like high
It's
middle
a
grade,
good,
low
like,
YA.
transition book. Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely feel like low YA, high middle grade because of content, even though the cover really is indicative of like a middle grade book, which she does consider a middle grade, but
You guys,
as a librarian, I don't know.
have anybody read this?
No, sorry.
Seen it, haven't read it.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like you're enjoying it. There's a lot of tabs.
So I read this author's book called Once and Future, and I like the retelling of King Arthur and stuff. And then I was like, oh,
we've been having that for so long and have not read it.
What, the law?
Oh no, Once and Future.
Oh,
I've yet to read it.
It's a lot of pent up sexual tension.
As we discussed before.
Oh, Slay.
Yay! I play somewhere. But
Yes. Oh, I can't even get. Wait. Oh.
We have it.
What is low YA range for me? For me as a librarian, low YA range would probably be anywhere between the ages of 12 to 14.
Whew.
That's low end for me.
I need to really clean up my books. If y'all saw my space, y'all be like, "What the hell is going on?"
Yeah, I just trashed it to.
Yeah, mine looks like mess too. But I did a haul today, so.
Yeah. But all the books were library.
Whoever is still here,
all you just saw from me were library. So
yeah.
Oh,
whoever is still here, if you haven't read Slay, I'm gonna push this to you as well. I'm just saying.
Oh,
if you
I haven't read
you haven't read An Unkindness of Ghosts,
Do it.
I'm eventually gonna get that one because River Solomon is Bay now.
Grown. Is that the name?
yeah, I'm gonna read that too.
Oh, did you get? Oh, never mind. It was an arc. I was wondering if you got like the pre-order. The pre-order merch looked cute. The earrings that matched the cover. Oh, nice.
Oh, you only got one earring? They
No, the other one is up there, Bree. Hush.
They call her one earring shouty.
Let me tell y'all, this book right here. Oh my gosh. This was intense. And this was
Yep.
If you have not read it, when it comes out, you need to read it. I know, Roxanne. I know. I still need to read Monday's Not Coming, but I have to emotionally prepare myself for that.
Yeah, I got Monday's Not Coming too.
It allegedly.
Did y'all read Slay already? Because I have
Yeah.
not.
Yeah,
I read Slay last year. It was my favorite. It's one of my favorites of last year.
Yeah, it was my favorite.
Okay.
I take it back. It's on the wifey's shelf. I just haven't picked it up and read it.
Ooh,
we have separate
shelves.
Paris's shelf. So we have
separate. Your partner. I thought it was just like a shelf you called the wifey shelf.
No, I have a greatest hits shelf. That's what I have, a greatest hits shelf.
Oh.
But so we have separate bookshelves. So she has a lot of stuff that she owns on there. We have a lot of duplicate books, but mostly she has different reading tastes than I do. Mm-hmm. So she keeps a lot of stuff that I can just pick up every now and then if it sounds good. Because I'm one of those people that I won't buy it if it's something that I don't have an interest in. But sometimes I'll drift towards her shelf even if I didn't have interest at the time and be like, let me read this real quick. I just want to see it.
Mm-hmm. I feel that. Any non-YA recommendations? I would say, and I know this is left field, I read anything by Neil deGrasse Tyson because I have a secret love for astro physics. So, just
non-YA, does that middle grade count?
Yeah, I would think so.
Anything.
It's not YA.
I would say if you like fantasy, you should totally try out The House of Shattered Wings. Because that is a really awesome book. It's by Aliette du Bardard. She's a Vietnamese author with a French name. But she's an indie author, and a lot of her books have won awards and stuff like that. But she's one of those little known authors that people don't talk about when they're saying that they want to see diversity.
I didn't know she was indie because I'd heard her name around.
Yeah, it's because she got so big being indie that she got picked up. But she started out she's still mostly an indie person, and a non-YA rec that isn't I would have to say, and I forgot the name of the author again. Oh my god! But Social Creatures is kind of we'll say single white female meets A Great Gatsby, and the way it works out is basically this chick who is from an elitist thing becomes obsessed with this poorer chick and tries a lot to ingratiate herself into her identity, slip into a world, and basically becomes obsessed with her lifestyle. It's spoilers because it's a mystery / thriller, but I think it's something that doesn't get talked about enough because it's really good.
You had me at mystery and thriller because I read at least 3 thrillers a month. That's just for my own personal health.
Definitely try it out. It's Tara Isabella Burton. That's her name.
Where is a pen when you need it? Jesus, fix it. Sorry, that was me getting it. Okay. You said Tara who?
Tara Isabella Burton. She put all her names on now.
Okay.
So I'm gonna go with The Nickel Boys.
Yes,
it was one of my favorites of last year, and
Underground Railroad by the same author.
Yeah,
Colson Whitehead has a very unique way of writing. Okay,
yes, he does.
You either hate it or you love it.
Yep.
Yeah, you do. And for nonfiction, Just Mercy.
Yep, I had to read that in my graduate program.
I read that one. And well, I read at the same time as that. Just Mercy, having a brain fart. Oh, oh gosh, come on, Ashley. Conversations in Black.
Mm-hmm.
That is a very, very good one because it's that spectrum discussion again about the Black experience. So Conversation in Black was a good one too. And then whatever D.L. Hughley's first book was.
Mm-hmm. Have you
Oh,
guys?
How Not to Get Shot.
Have you
That
guys
shit was
ever,
hilarious.
have you guys ever read Talking Back While Talking Black or something like that?
I've heard of that. I've never read it.
All about AAVE and how it comes to be and how it's structured. So we were talking about that a lot early on in this 5-hour situation.
Oh God, it's
Yeah,
been
bruh.
5 hours.
Yeah. Y'all let me know when you're ready to wrap it up.
What genre of books will you never touch with a 10-foot pole?
There's no, that's inspirational fiction.
Yeah. I'll have to say that too. And I self-improvement.
Really?
Dabble in self-help.
I don't.
I read a lot of those. Well, I mean,
I read it too.
I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I just feel as though it gets a little preachy for me.
yeah, it depends. Yeah, like, I do think this is a book. Hold on. That I think most people should read. And this is also a series on my channel called Self Care with Bree. I'm gonna try to put that out in September. But The Gift of Therapy. I really love this book. I think everybody should read this book. So it's an open letter to new generation of therapists and their patients. So that book was really helpful for me in the work I do. And The Body Keep the Score was also really good.
Okay. And I don't read. I
Well,
don't
when you say
romance,
inspiration,
and it's not because I don't.
Oh, sorry.
No, I was gonna say I don't read romance, but it's not because I don't want to. It's just that I haven't found the right romance.
Oh, I love me some romance.
What'd you say, Chloe?
I said, have you tried Beverly Jenkins?
Oh, she's good.
No.
I said I wasn't into romance, and I read one of her books, and I was like, I could get used to this.
I could get used to this for real, for real.
And I've
her
been
stuff.
like told to try Beverly Jenkins. I just haven't. It's not a priority genre.
I love romance, but I don't have a favorite romance author. I don't yet because I haven't read one that's like unique enough for me to stick to all the time. Now, mind you, I haven't read Beverly Jenkins yet.
You mean traditionally published or indie?
Traditionally published. I haven't read a lot of indie yet.
Oh, y'all.
I like you. I be needing like diversity happening. I don't need a bunch of cishet shit. I just can't do it.
So that like the reason why I don't have a favorite romance thing is because I'm very particular about what can be my favorite romance, and I have a standard. I like slow burn romances, like not the kind that's just like has to be wrapped up like perfect neat, but I like the like slow burn kind of stuff, the kind of stuff that like actually has more emotion and love in it than actual like campy romance stuff. And it's hard for me to find those kinds of romance books because I know they would tell you like go into regular fiction and stuff like that, but the thing is those don't do it either. So it's like it's hard for me to find one because I know that that's my taste, that's my like thing. The only time I've read a good slow burn romance book is in manga and light novels. And that's where my preference comes from. I was spoiled on it in those.
No.
5 centimeters per second, love for otaku, those type of things. I love the slow build.
I did not read the Beloved book. This is the one you're talking about. No, I didn't get to it. I wish I had. I love Beloved. I love Nicole Falls.
Nicole Falls is literally my hero. And when I tell you I read 4 of her novellas in one night, I was living my best life. Yes, I was.
Nicole Falls is everything. Yes, Alexandra House is too.
I love how she loves Beyonce. Just through it. You see Beyonce is right there. Beyonce.
Yep.
See, I like smut too. Oh, sorry, I was reading the comments. And see, I like smut too. It's just that I gotta have something other than just the smut to make the smut good.
Hell no. I could just do.
What is smut?
The
A
sex.
lot of fucking.
I thought it was like crusty jizz.
Ew.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was. I know. I'm sorry, Chloe.
No, I can't unsee that now. So.
No, I can do. I think I was like that where I was like, oh, I can't do the instantaneous.
Oh no, I can do it instant. It's just that they never really have the right chemistry for me to enjoy the smut.
Yeah, sometimes it can be hit or miss sometimes when it's like it's instant and then the chemistry is not there. But listen, I love me a good 60-page indie romance novella where we meet, we bang it out.
And then that's it.
And that's it.
Won't he do it?
Yes. That's it. That's all I need.
Yep. That's why I like Nicole Falls. They meet and then it's hot, passionate, unbridled.
They bang it out.
Blood. And I'll be like, girl, go ahead. It's so true.
Oh.
You okay?
I feel like
she went to the mountain and saw that it was good.
I'm sorry. It's Deidre's fault. I was like, oh, I'm not going to read any romance. And Deidre was like, just Google, check out Nicole Falls, and come back and talk to me. And now I feel like she set me up.
Yeah, Nicole Falls is clutch. Like the ones that she's recently written, like the ones that are based off of holidays, like the Good Luck, was it Good Luck Fuck? And
that's what?
Yeah.
I haven't read that.
It takes place on St. Patrick's Day.
Hold on, where's my situation?
It was really good. It was so good.
Have you guys ever read that book, Alpha Phi Fuck 'em by Zane? Okay, never.
They wrote a book called what? They wrote a book called what? Alpha Phi Fuck. No, I haven't. Well, Erica's read it?
No. That's
Oh,
Harley,
you've read it?
Hey Harley, what's up? Hey.
I was a fan.
Her book is titled Alpha Phi.
Fuck 'em. But is
okay?
The title says APF. However, when you get into the book,
it says Alpha Phi.
It's Alpha Phi. Fuck 'em. I am who
I'm not surprised.
Also, I apologize, but I'm gonna have to call it a night.
Oh yeah,
because I'm like.
We're getting into the territory where everybody's like I'm tired of shit, but I'm trying to keep talking, but I'm tired.
It's like I'm tired, but I'm having a good time, but I'm also tired.
Exactly. Well, y'all, we can call it a night. We'll be back at it next month.
I mean, we have been at it for 5 hours.
This shit was supposed to be a 2-hour live show. What the hell happened?
It was supposed to be 2 hours. I thought it was 30 minutes, and then I was like, "Wow, we hit the
I thought it was 1 hour. I didn't even know it was going to be 2.
I usually time live shows for about 2 hours just to account for just conversations that organically build up. But I ain't never done no shit like this for 5 hours. It's crazy.
It says that we have chemistry as
a
discussion group, and it's good because it has been fun and it has been enjoyable, and I didn't have to fight nobody.
Okay,
you're so passive.
So we've been through this. You are not a passive person.
You're not a passive person.
Let that go. Let that go. Let it go.
So we already know that you have it in you, and it's okay. I just own it.
Yep.
I think I'm just more combative online than I am in real life.
No,
I'm reverse.
Yeah.
I'm not combative online.
What?
I'm just like,
I'm not combative online. I say what I gotta say.
You were coming for people in your comments not too long ago, Miss Ash.
What comments? What?
Some
When I
people
told people
said some reckless shit underneath your videos, and you were like, "I got time today." And I'm like, okay.
oh, because I told that man his mama should have swallowed. Well, shit. He came on my channel with some bullshit, so I told him I told him exactly how I felt. And as a matter of fact, you're right, because I screenshotted and I said, "Wait till I drop my child off at daycare."
Yeah.
I said I got time. I said, "Wait till I drop my child off at daycare," and I went
there. You and your
how long does it take you to drop your child off?
like 30 minutes.
Okay, you had 30 minutes
to calm down.
I sure did, and that final and at the very end of that comment, I said, "P.S. Your mama should have swallowed."
Yes, I do remember because
sure did.
Oh, we don't know the date right now. I don't think.
Yeah,
probably
I was gonna ask for the date. Nah, bruh. Z, we don't have a date. It'll just be dang, y'all, we don't even know where we'll make sure that we put it out there.
To be announced.
It'll be announced.
Yeah. We already know.
We're gonna have to find a day that works for everybody.
Yeah. We already know the book. What's the book?
Exodus by Nikki Drayden, and then My Self-Defeat by Tanana Reeve.
Chloe is the only individual on this live stream that has their shit together at this point.
Clearly.
Clearly.
Us all together, Chloe. You're holding us all together. Okay, we know the book. What's the book?
Yeah.
Not Erica said, "What's the book?"
We're reading a book. It is a book that we are going to read.
Escaping Exodus.
Yep.
Okay. Somebody said September 1st.
Huh?
Somebody said September 1st.
Hell no. I can tell you that's not gonna happen.
Nah.
Can we get a video of baby girl choose my TBR? Do you know? Let me tell you something. Let me tell y'all real quick. I make filming with a toddler look very easy. It is not. There's a lot of footage that gets cut out whenever you see my child. There is a lot of footage that goes unseen because it's a child. So the likelihood of us ever getting a baby girl choose my TBR and I put 2 books in front of her, she ripped a page out of a brand new book that I just received today. So
wow.
She could take a book of a TBR.
Listen, she has nothing but board books across the room. Nothing but board books. You think she wants to touch those? No. She's a big girl. She wants to hold a book that weighs more than her. So, yeah, we can hope. We can hope that maybe it would happen one day, but the amount of editing that would take would be astronomical.
Yeah.
Amazing. Telling y'all my secrets. She'll be in a clip for 30 seconds, and that clip really has gone on for like 5 minutes.
Britt Writerly, she said, "I feel like I won something here tonight." Yay.
You did win because this was all your idea. So you won the grand prize once a month with a book included.
Oh.
I don't know what the hand gestures were, but
it's okay.
Josh is stupid. I'll think about that. That's true.
No one would ever know.
No one would ever know the difference.
No.
They really wouldn't. No, they would never know the difference.
She is. That's what they're going to focus on. But to be announced.
Yeah, my throat hurts.
Yeah.
We'll let y'all know.
I think that's
you're right, Rebecca. It's fucking 1:38 in the morning.
Yeah, my throat hurts. It's 39 over here in what is this state?
I don't know, Bree, what state is it?
I think all of y'all have been drinking.
I've been laughing.
Actually, I'm just
I'm hitting that area of like ass o'clock at night. That's what I'm hitting. That's where we at.
It's really hard out here. I got all my windows open. What the fuck? I thought I closed them. Oh, Jesus makes it.
I need you to close your windows before something go in there with you.
It's too hot for that.
It's not really that hot here. It's not really that hot. But I'll be leaving the windows up because I got 30 plants in my room. So I'd be having to.
That's how creatures get into your house. So
First off, don't come at my plants. Look at them over there, chilling.
There's creatures in your room.
Ain't they cute?
There's creatures in your room too.
Is what that is.
She's trying to invite fairies and shit into her house.
Hell yeah.
Fairies.
Me and the fairies chilling. And we're gonna go to that mountain you talked about. There was really no mountains. It was just air. And a chance to live. Hello.
You waited. You waited until it's time to call back. I thought you forgot. You came back.
All right, y'all.
Louisiana folks don't let nothing go.
We're gonna call it a night, y'all.
All right, you guys. See you later. It's been real.
See y'all later. We'll catch y'all next month.
How do I log out?
I don't
You
need
don't. I will do it.
Oh.